Good afternoon, folks. Bit of a late start, but I was out today. Having another medical checkup. I get to do that now that I have some kind of insurance. It's pretty funny, because every time that I go to another checkup, my primary doctor changes. The very first time as an inbound patient, my regular doctor was on holiday. And so it was just his substitute that was filling in that day. And then I got to see my regular doctor for the second appointment. And for the third one, it turns out that he's left. So I get a third doctor as my primary care. 3 for 3. And so now I got my COVID booster, my tinnitus. They drew some blood to do some more blood work. And so I was a little bit late today. To stream, not to that. Which also meant coming home to an empty house because I arrived back home 9 minutes after Fennec left for work. Sad guinea hours. But today we're gonna change things up. Last stream we finished Spirit Hunter NG. And I got so excited, right? It's like, oh my goodness, I could kill off all of my friends. And we could find out how the game and the ending changes. If these people aren't here to grease some wheels. If things change in this direction. But instead of doing an entire month of one game, I've had this on my wish list for a while because it looks interesting. My wish list isn't a full endorsement. Sometimes it is, like, wow, I want this game, let me know when it comes out. But lots of times it's going through my discovery queue and thinking, skip, 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 skip. This one looks neat. Wish list this one for later. Skip, skip, skip. This looks interesting. I'll forget about this one. But this one looks interesting enough that I did want to play it. Apparently a friend or a girlfriend goes missing, and you do some possibly spooky investigations to find the truth. It's got mixed reviews, and I wanted to know why. Mixed reviews aren't inherently a bad thing. Even negative reviews aren't inherently a bad thing, so I go through and I see, what do people not like? Is this a thing that bothers me, yes or no? Then again, okay, negative can be pretty dodgy, but mixed reviews. Sometimes it's different player taste, sometimes it's a technical thing. I can't read kanji, so the one English review that I read that was negative says the game could soft lock itself with no way to continue past even after reinstalls. I do have a backup in mind in case that happens. So I guess that means I got 2 hours until the refund point to see if it does soft lock on me. But mostly I want to explore a game that looks cool to me, so let's jump into it. Settings should all be okay. I could even turn background run-on, so if I alt-tab out or click out, it keeps playing. So, let's play it. Chapter 1, Spirited Away. Love that movie. No one else has ever made that joke before. In the hustle and bustle of life, cherry blossoms bloom and wither in a fleeting moment. Well, it's too fast for me to read, but I guess you guys could read too. Heina Tanuki to Sokyo. Heading to a station called Kisaragi. An infamous station that apparently is linked to disappearances. Ma was on tenterhooks. Normally introverted, Ma really speaks online. Huh. You would have thought that if she's introverted online. Tap to send a message and speed up. Cool, there's a bit of action to it. Is there anyone online? Yes, yes, yes. Top predators always appear at night. Is there any gossip? So she's huh? No gossip, but isn't this a weird forum? Have questions for everyone? Go on. Mao Igarashi is who we're playing as right now, talking to a mystery club. Have you heard the rumor of Kisaragi Station? What kind of place is it? A great place with beautiful mountains, clear waters, local JK girls are also pretty. Just a joke. What the person said above is not wrong, you did a good place, but well... Are you guys teaming up to deceive the newcomers? Listen to me, that's not where you should go. Kira has her own unique art, her own unique portrait, and is stepping in. I bet you she's gonna be important later. Have to go to Kisaragi Station to personal matter. If you have information, please. Usually conductor knows something. Should we ask the conductor? The conductor's room is usually at the end of the forward direction. Good to go, ask. Okay. 2005. Is this January 8th or the 1st of August? I feel like if this is gonna be spooky. It's probably 1st of August. Some summertime haunt in there. And close to midnight. Don't feel like stopping yet, go to the conductor's room first and chat. Whoops. I clicked through that. Well, I could click to move, or use my wasits. There's a person here that I do not seem to be able to interact with. Clues, I got nothing in my backpack. What are other keyboard keys I could use in lieu of clicks? Can I interact with that shirt? Tap take to add the item to your backpack. Can be automatically used as interactive locations. Okay. E to take the item, put them in the backpack. Tab to view the backpack. Items in the backpack are used automatically. I have a single rag to wipe glass with, apparently. Driver room all the way. Observe to zoom in and examine details for the clues I need. E to interact and enlarge the screen for observation. Okay, so I could use the same key as take. I'm not allowing her hat to come up. Still quite blurry. Doesn't look like the driver's inside. Oh, conductor! Speak of the devil. Madam, the tram hasn't arrived. Return to your seat. What is the stopping time at the next stop? It'll be here soon. Please go back to your seat quickly. And the station name, please. Kisaragi Station. Is he being suspicious right now? Chat to engage with NPCs, gather information. E once again. Please hurry back to your seat. Well... Oh, that's all I can get out of him. I guess I have no choice but to go back then. Kisaragi Station, next stop is almost there. See if anyone knows anything about the station. Should I have to ask online then? Because conductor isn't being forthcoming. This guy doesn't want to talk either. Ryuway Station, complete the first train exploration achievement. Okay, click away. Conductor's condition seems to be a bit strange. How do you say that? He feels so awkward. He doesn't seem like a living person. Then don't talk to him. Can he see out the window? Are there any landmarks? It's dark outside and foggy, just past through a tunnel, light ahead like a station. Seems to be stopping. You're not getting off, are you? It's dangerous, right? Now it parks at Kisaragi Station. The environment outside looks very strange. I'm thinking about whether to get off. There are rumors that all the people who entered the Kisaragi Station have been left without a trace. Why not just stay on the tram? The tram usually stops for a while and returns directly. Why don't you talk? Missing so soon? Might be a young lady, real pity she goes missing. Are we gone already? Now there she is. It's an empty station, it's open, it's foggy. Should we start a live stream? If we broadcast it, our group's membership will increase. Is that all you care about, Nana? No, it's horrible. Cute source. Anyway, thanks for everyone's concern and suggestions. I have arrived at Kisaragi Station. Buildings here look so dilapidated. I won't show you what they look like specifically. What a letdown. It's after midnight. Okay, so it went from 1/8 to 1/9, so I guess it is January. Also, it is cold again, so let me very quickly. Cold in here, but hot outside. What a letdown. We're cute. Tram glides a gentle halt. Oh, now it's sticking around long enough to read. I like the art so far. Unusually lengthy stop leaves Mal bewildered. It's waiting for her to get off. Kisaragi Station has arrived. The fog outside makes people feel very uneasy. She looks out the window, thinking about whether to get off. We're gonna stay on the tram. Suddenly, the tram slowly began to move again. Mal let out a long breath. The layers of cold sweat on her back made the clothes sticky to her skin. Sorry, chicken. Oh my. Something unsettling. All the passengers have faces hidden. And here I thought staying was a safe choice. Ending achieved. Death tram. Well, we got an ending and a second achievement. Maybe the spirits of the dead get on at this station. If you chose to stay on the car, there'd be no chance for her problem to be cured. So if she's not just investigating spooks, she has a specific reason to want to go then. Specific personal reason. The last bell peals, so the train's departure. Few passengers aboard remain motionless. But now I realize that standing at an abandoned station, suitcase in hands. Phone emits a message notification tone, unique one. Shizuno Yokoyama. I like his little cat detective thing. Mal, where have you been? Went to class but didn't find you? Apologize for the last conversation, didn't take your things into consideration. But the station will help with your symptoms. It's gonna sound crazy. Do you have something wrong with you? You can talk to me about it. We can figure it out together. Mal, where are you? Why don't you give me the address? We could talk in person. Do you have something wrong with you? You could talk to me about it. Maybe not the best bedside manner. I'm sorry, Shizano, there are some things only I can solve. Goodbye. Well, I guess she's solving it herself. The game's done. And in the chat, look at the cute cat avatar on the phone screen. Couldn't help with a bit of sorrow in her heart. The goodbye was really rushed. Wait for me to come back, Shizano. That's all we gotta do. We just gotta wait for her to come back. I liked the moon and the clouds, but there is something glossy about the character model here. Store page, if I scroll down. Okay. I'm not seeing an AI art disclaimer, and usually Steam is good about putting one in there. It's just that there's a very particular style that the AI art tends to go with, and one of them is this kind of lighting and detailing, which is pretty awful that we're in this world now where we have to be like, is this? She put her phone in her pocket and hurried out into the night. Her back disappeared into the night. And then she winds up dead. Or not dead. She ends up in the land of the dead. Long time no see, Shizano. Chapter 2, The Feline. Shizano did have a cat avatar. Is this Shizano's turn then? Shizano woke up from the dream, and it was a nightmare. And it was the beach. It was Death Stranding. Since his girlfriend, Mao Igarashi, disappeared at the station 5 years ago. 5 years! Station ticket announcement plays. He ignores the nightmare he just had. Picks up his belongings. Are we going to go to Kisaragi Station ourselves and get off there? Super cool animated cutscene. Shizano Yokoyama finds his seat and sits down, staring out the window at the people running with luggage. After a while, he reaches into the inner pocket of his suit and pulls out a button phone. A model from many years ago, smaller screen, refresh rate of only 30 frames, long been phased out. Smoothness at the edges shows the owner often caresses it. Mount Fuji pendant tied to the bottom, cord faded. Is this his girlfriend's old phone? Did he find it? Or is he keeping the same phone that he had 5 years ago that had all their texts and messages on it? Phone is from the trading section of the Tomb of Night Folklore Forum. A forum for lovers of urban legends and myths to exchange ideas. He is not unfamiliar with this forum. In fact, it was recommended by Mao originally. Many times when the two went out for a walk and dated together, Mao always held up her mobile phone to point to him. Check it out. There's lots of interesting weird posts. Actually, I don't really believe in those kind of things. If you don't believe it, you could just take a look. Just treat it as accompanying me. I have no interest. Now we're gonna be a good boyfriend. No, but I'm willing to go with you. Seriously? I thought you could have said anything related to the supernatural. Making you feel happy makes me feel better than any of that. See, we're gonna make this guy into a good boyfriend. Ugh. Why would you say something like that out of the blue? Don't you know it makes me blush? That's what I really think. From our acquaintance to now, to the future, I will accompany you. Thank you for being there with me. Actually what? In fact, I haven't told you something. I feel my body as if something has changed. What the change is, I don't know yet. I'll tell you when everything's settled. Do they not teach sex ed? I'm pretty sure that it's just puberty, kid. Are you feeling unwell? Why are you so mysterious still? Don't keep your worries to yourself, you must speak out. She's got Chunibyo disease. People who love each other should treat each other sincerely and share all secrets, right? Wait for me to think about how to say it. I'll tell you, don't worry. We've been learning from middle school until now. It's been several years from secretly developing feelings to confirming our relationship. Is there anything we can't say today? They're like 12, 14 years old. They have so much experience at this now. Let's wait until next time. Let me think about it, okay? It's not a big deal. My health is fine. It's just a bit strange. Anyway, I'll tell you when I figured it out. Alright, I'll wait for you. But then again, why does Mao like these things so much? In a common sense, a girl wouldn't be particularly interested in the supernatural. Why not? It's always the girls in anime that end up having some supernatural or spiritual connection. Why is that? Feeling scared, yet irresistibly curious. I've always been irresistibly attracted to dangerous things. At that time, the two had a conversation. Later, Mao herself also became part of the indefinable, the so-called vanished maiden. Messages from other worlds and so on fascinate the members of the forum. Vanishing girl. Partial list of the saved. Such posts once appeared on the forum called Tomb of Night. The content is nothing more than some speculation about the disappearance of Mao. However, the parties of the group at the time did not come forward to post. Finding out the members of that group, especially the one who advised Mao to get off, became the hot topic of the forum at that time. However, as new topics emerged, the enthusiasm of the discussion lasted only a few weeks, and when they found that the contents of the post was nothing more than a discussion of speculation and conspiracy theories, the posts gradually shrank. For 5 years, the only person who seemed to remember Mao was Shizuno Yokoyama. Shizuno feels as if his time has stood still, and with Mao's disappearance, it's as if he has lost the ability to move forward with time and remain in the past forever. The phone rings. Shizuno's thoughts are pulled back to reality. Incoming call from Shota Sakurai, his best friend since high school. Aw, Shota's cute too. Shizuno, it's me, Shota. I hear you're back in Hinatanuki? Yeah, I'm on the tram right now. Is it because of her? There's been a clue on her in my hometown lately, so I'm gonna go check it out. Actually, I found her phone. It is her phone. The old model with the Mount Fuji charm. And massaged to a smoothened sheen. 5 years, your obsession is still so deep. For the first 2 years of Igarashi's disappearance, you frantically searched for her, and you were eventually sent to the hospital to recuperate. Just settle down and run back home? There's no trace of 2 years. This time, suddenly found Mao's mobile phone. This is a trap. I feel like perhaps I took the machine translation route, which happens sometimes. We played a few games that does machine translation. Seriously, even so, you're going back to the civet, right? Isn't the civet a kind of coffee from a cat? Civet. Yeah. Civet is a small, lean, mostly nocturnal mammal native to tropical Asia and Africa, especially the tropical forests. The term civet applies to over a dozen distant species, mostly from the family Viveridae. Most of the species diversity is found in Southeast Asia. Well, I've made up my mind. You're such a soulful guy. As you wish. As your best brother since high school, there's no other choice but to support you. Alright, don't forget that I'm a master of combat. And I'm not unfamiliar with exorcism. This guy's also a bit Chinibio. Whether it's human or ghost, if it stands in my way, I'll definitely kill it. Where's the character bio? I want to find out how old he is by now. They've been dating since middle school, and then she disappeared for 5 years. So he'd be probably a very early adult by now. Since I can find her phone, it proves that her previous vanish must have a problem. That was not a vanish, but a premeditated kidnapping or imprisonment. I'll definitely find her. If she was premeditated kidnapped, chances are you're not gonna find her. You better hope it's supernatural. Looking for her is important, but you also need to take care of yourself. Have you found work over there yet? You need an income to support yourself after all. I'm thinking of starting my own detective agency to keep afloat. You know, the cops can't be bothered with every case that lands on their desk. So I'll pick up the scraps to leave behind. Should be enough to keep me going. Good job for pursuing this very lofty dream. Shizuno, feel free to contact me if you need anything. We are brothers for a lifetime. I can help as much as I can. Hanging up the phone, Shizuno recalled seeing the phone for the first time. Since Igarashi's disappearance, he's become a loyal user of the Tomb of Night Folklore Forum. Every evening, he opened the forum to browse for a while. As long as a topic is related to vanish or disappearance, he would click on it, trying to find the connection between Mao and these events. An update to the forum has launched a trading area function, which has been highly sought after by loyal fans of the forum. The trading area can sell all kinds of strange and unexplained groceries. The power of machine translation. The rules of the trade do not support face-to-face contact, only mail allowed. Senders can use anonymous IDs. The site is now so depressed that some activities on the fringes of the law are difficult to detect. Site is so depressed that some activities on the fringes of law are difficult to detect? What's it trying to say there? The title of the item is often confusing. Scary statue. Slide to browse. Okay. So that's the top. Black human figure. Statue. Ability to ward off evil spirits from a house. Collectible. Avoid exposure to light. Don't make eye contact with it. Or on your own head be it. Regrown tomato. Every morning the regrown tomato will appear in the kitchen, even though it's been crushed and squeezed into juice. It'll reappear on the operating table the next day. It will appear every day. It is repeatedly crushed into juice and made into hot soup. This tomato does look pretty AI to me. Maybe the game is using some AI stuff but not declaring it. A black blank comes from the heritage. A archaeologist on Hongdao has the effect of healthy body and aging. Side effects accompanied by whistle hallucination. People with low willpower should be purchased carefully. People with low willpower should be purchased carefully. A cell phone from another world? Buy it! In the dark, Shizuno's face lit up by the screen. He bought the phone. It's pretty story right now. but I'm enjoying the funny that's coming from the translation. Delivery day. The package quietly appeared in Shizuno's mailbox. The package of the courier is a ragged shoebox. Shizuno opens the box, and inside, the phone lies there, quietly. It's a very docile phone. After checking the phone, Shizuno remains silent. The next month, after handling the handover work of the police department, Shizuno returned to his hometown. He rented an old store in his hometown that used to be a grocery store. Guy's got money. It's been vacant ever since the previous tenant closed the business. Shizuno converted it to a detective agency and listed out as opening up. A staircase at the corner of the first floor leads to the attic, and the upper space serves as Shizuno's bedroom. The bedroom is not big, and things brought from Sokyo are cluttered on the table. The clues collected over the years are all printed out in the form of pictures and text. They are pasted one by one at a prominent place on the wall, forming separate or connected chains of clues. Most of these clues are useless or purely Shizuno's own conjecture. Some that might be useful can't be investigated in depth for various reasons, so they just stop. This time, however, the clues related to that event were really held in his own hands. After tidy up, Shizuno took out the phone and looked at it carefully. In fact, it was the first time he'd examined the phone in detail. As to why he didn't find a way to open it in the first place, Shizuno had a hard time explaining his actions clearly. At this time, the mobile phone on the bed began to vibrate. Is a friend of Shota Sakurai called. Hello? Shizuno? Are you settled in? Well, I just finished the house and opened the office, but I don't have any guests yet. About the phone. Have you looked at it? Not yet. The location of the battery is empty. The battery has been removed, and it may take a while to find a replacement part for this old model phone. Can't wait to see what's on the phone? On the contrary, my first feeling was fear. Fear of the truth! I'm afraid there would be something on the phone that I couldn't accept. Do you think Mao is still alive? On the question of Mao's life and death, I think she is still alive. I had a feeling that if I could get on the same tram that Mao had taken, I'd be able to see her again. So this is your decision, huh? Sometimes I hesitate. That was our agreement. Let's give him some humanity. Are you still hesitating? There may be many dangers in the future. It's better to make up your mind as soon as possible. I understand your concern. I will communicate with you if there is any new situation. I have a lot of stuff to pack, so let's do this. Okay, take care of yourself. Grand opening, hang the first sign of the office. Shizuno's detective agency has officially opened. The firm called Arashia, aiming to help clients solve problems that the city police department can't or can't be bothered to solve. On one rainy day, Arayishi welcomed the first guest. Detective, I always felt like there was someone else in my house. Young Miss Kadeko Suzuki visited on a rainy day. Miss Kadeko's demeanor is calm and competent. Her words and deeds give a reliable impression. Is there someone else living in the room? Does Miss Kadeko mean to say there was an illegal break-in? Didn't she call the police? The police were called and they came to the house and examined it thoroughly, but they found nothing. What the police said was that there were no footprints or fingerprints of anyone else in the house. No trace of anyone's life other than mine. What about between the walls? What about behind the walls? To be honest, it sounds a little confusing. No offense, but I don't solve psychological problems here. Kaneko's eyes are nervously shifting left and right. Even though she's an Arashia, she looks tense. Obviously, she is heavily tormented by the current situation. Sir, please listen to me. I really have no other choice but to ask you for help. I moved to this block several days ago. I just graduated from college and had no money, so I rented a small room in a cheap community, almost only 1 LDK, about equal to 40 square meters of 1 bedroom and 1 living room. LDK, what unit is that? Types of Japanese property. What does LDK mean? LDK is the abbreviation of living room, dining room, kitchen. Cool. And the pictures are broken, so I can't see the example. So 1 LDK. So it's kind of like the apartment in Deathmark. Front entrance takes you to a big room where the toilet and shower are accessible, but that first big room has your kitchen stuff, and the next room over has your bedroom and closet. It was normal at first, and then 2 days later something strange happened. Whew, I wonder if it's giving blood. Twice in a few days. Like 4 days apart practically. Or biking to and from the city. But I am feeling quite yawny. Gave blood twice in 4 days. And I have a couple of vaccines in me. The nurse promised that the tinnitus booster was especially going to hurt for the next 2 days. If someone is standing behind you silently, even if you don't see him, you will feel it. What does the science say about this phenomenon? Bioelectricity? A magnetic field? All in all, if there's another creature near you, even if you don't see it, you'll have an electrical jolt of inspiration and you'll snap back and make sure, right? Indeed, for women or highly sensitive people, this experience is often heard. On the 4th day moving into that house, something strange happened for the first time. I usually wear headphones to listen to music before going to bed. That day I forgot to turn off the music. Resulting in sleep is not very solid. Verbatim. Around 1 or 2 in the morning, while half asleep, I suddenly felt a sensation of being electrified throughout my body. There's a creature approaching my bed, eventually lying next to my bed. At that time, all the hair in my body stood up. Immediately opened my eyes. Immediately got out of bed and looked for a circle, but nothing. Looked for a circle. Looked around? I think she looked around. That feeling, clearly, is a person. That feeling of approaching is definitely human. Did you say any of this to the police? Of course, but no one believed me. The last time they came to my house for an inspection, it also felt like they were just going through the motions. Later I went again, and the uncle who registered in the hall had an attitude of, hey, I already know about this after hearing me out. So I had no choice but to seek out a private detective. The old man at the front desk. Why are you so confident about your feelings? Honestly, based on a hunch, the normal detective agency wouldn't take this seriously. Later, something terrifying happened, which strengthened my determination to seek help from a private detective. What is more? Later on, the eerie feeling of someone being there would come up from time to time, but every time I searched, I couldn't find anyone. Gradually, I started to think that maybe I was just being paranoid until one time my friends and I made an appointment to go shopping in Yaroya until the evening. I turned on the living room lights as I entered. While resting on the chair, my gaze fell onto the straw of my water cup. The light shines on the straw, and I see a tiny tooth mark on the edge of the plastic straw. Hearing this, Shizuno's brow frowned. Dental marks? Well, I took pictures. Katako pulls out her phone, pulling up a photo of her living room and a close-up of a sippy cup on the table. That sippy cup is gonna be so pixelated. This is 2010 by now. She took a picture of the living room and then zoomed in. If she wanted the best fidelity for the straw, she should have put her phone right up to it. Shizuno looked at the photo, his eyes not looking to the cup and straw, but was attracted to something else. Do I get to look and see? Wait, I need you to zoom in here. Double tap to zoom in. Aim at the specific character portrait. Enlarge the image to discover hidden clues. Well, there's her portrait there. It was a quiet, sad... No, that's not her. That's not her at all. Who's that? It was a quiet, sad girl with shoulder-length chestnut-colored hair and a striking mole under the corner of her eye. All the features are so familiar. Is that his girlfriend showing up in the photo? Shizuno Yokoyama felt a chill in his body, but her blood was boiling and converging towards his heart, leaving his brain completely blank. That was a face very similar to Mao in his dreams. Although we hadn't seen her for 5 years, Shizuno would not mistake her expression. Where did you get this picture? It was on the wall when we moved in, and the landlord told me not to mess with her stuff. The landlord must have put this up earlier, right? She offered a very cheap rent. The only requirement is not to change the original items and furnishings of the house. The portrait and Mao's connection? His cute little animations. Is the portrait in the rental room Mao? This is only my first case where this kind of lead has come up. If it's not Mao, who's in the photo? If it's not Mao, why does it look so much like her? If it is her, she disappeared during her university days. How could her portrait be in this house? Okay, so they were in university days by then. So, assuming he's not a returning adult student, he'd be at least 25? It's so coincidentally that everything seems to have been deliberately designed to lure me in. Alright, let's see what's really going on here. I'm on it. Just call your landlord. I need to ask her something. Actually, I haven't been in touch with the landlord for a long time. After paying a year's rent in one go. She said she had no money. She never showed up again. I can't find anyone to discuss this incident with the landlord. In such a chaotic situation, Shizuno understood that he could only take things one at a time. He nodded his head, forcing himself to calm down. During the following conversation, Katako kept talking incessantly. Shizuno heard some of it, but most of it he didn't. After that was left in his mind, at that moment, All that was left in his mind at that moment was that slightly sad face. After a long narration, too late! Katako made the final conclusion. I have never been in the habit of biting straws, never ever. I hate when smooth things get bumpy, and I sip them with my lips every time. There must be someone else in the room. Okay, I understand your situation now. I suggest you don't go home for the next few days. If what you're feeling is real, the situation could be quite dangerous. I'll go to your house tomorrow during the day. Detective, this is my first so-called home here. I want to make one last effort to expel this outsider, whether it's a pervert or whatever else. I have bought a camera to put in the house before. However, when I'm not at home, nothing's been captured. I think only when I am home he will appear. Before Shizuno said anything, Katako waved her hand, said she needed to go back before the rain became more heavily, then disappeared in the rain. The next morning, before contacting Kaneko, Shizuno took Mao's old cell phone to the large electronics store in Hinatanuki to ask if it could be matched with a battery. One-stop electronics hub, I could sleep. Sleep is an option. Is that food meter? In the form of 2 Ikura rolls and a health bar? Physics. His physical stat is 80. His exorcismal power is 80. He appears as a 25-year-old adult, calm, sensitive, good at notice details, making him the male protagonist of the story. He and Mahu, now instead of Mao, are lovers, dating since high school. Mahu disappeared, searching for 5 years, finding as a clue. So he did go to police academy, and did work Sokyo Police Department. Melee is 40, but her spiritual power is 90 Mao. She's back to being Mao. A platform that can't be found, Kisaragi Station. Disappeared since then. Personal info not unlocked. You have to unlock personal info. Also, spoiler, she's alive. Shota. His melee is medium, but his spirit is so low. Karako Suzuki, 20 and 20 melee and spirit. Melee is probably what they meant by physics there. Exorcism, spirit. And all these people not yet unlocked. How many unknowns do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 unknown people so far. And there'll probably be multiple people per investigation. None of the 7 clues found. I can chat with no one. Forum. We've already bought the cell phone. We have it. I can press buy as much as I want. Settings is just back to there. Then I guess let's go then. Electronics store. A one-stop electronics hub specializing in appliance repair, recycling, and sales. How about this? It's almost been an hour of stream. Because I do have some blood loss, I'm gonna need a little something more than water. So let me quickly get some nourishment to keep my eyes open. Since I do want to stream and not just lay in bed with cats all over me to recover. Second, and I'll be right back. Okay. A bit of fried rice that I made for dinner for Fennec and I the other night. With some citrus soy sauce. And a bit of Tabasco to wake me up. One stop electronics hubbub. Fog rolling over the city. Got some animation going here, even if stiff. Do you see the gals like this in the back of the train? Fennec is telling me about a holiday that his store has made up to sell more shit. So we got two people here. There's this kid. We could chat with him. This old guy that probably owns the store. Or is that the old guy that owns the store? He's got a lanyard. So let's go left to right. In order, ascending order of ages, too. Can you still buy batteries for this kind of phone? Young vendor. No, he's a vendor here. I'm afraid not, it's no longer available. This model is quite dated, it's been discontinued. Bro, I really don't have it here. Can you still buy batteries for this kind of phone? Middle-aged vendor. This type of battery is no longer in use. You could look elsewhere. I have to work. You could ask somewhere else. Okay, cute boy again. Bro, I really don't have it here. Alright, who could possibly have an old phone? Excuse me, can the battery of this phone be configured separately? Indeed, it's a very old model. Are you still using this kind of phone? It's only been 5 years. This phone, it's someone else's. But it means a lot to me and to that person. I see. I can't match it, but you can wait. This type of phone has been discontinued, but occasionally there are people who come to scrap old phones. If there are similar universal batteries, it can help keep an eye out. No problem. Please contact me if you do. So we can't get the battery yet, but we have a lead. Certainly. Please leave your contact information, young man. I'm Toshiro. I'm Shizuno Yokoyama. Thank you for your help. What's Fennec up to? Excuse me. You're welcome. Reach out if there's any news. New contacts. Ashiro. New chat buddy. Well, I'm more awake, but now I got the hiccups. After returning to the detective agency for a while, Shizuno looked at the time and realized it was almost evening. Oh, so the foodstuffs represent how much time in a day he has then. Thinking about Kaneko's safety, he sent a text message to Kaneko. Are you safe? I'm heading over. He's still using his cat avatar, even in professional communications. I might know what that is. Wait a moment, I'll explain it to you. Wait for my message. What is it? Miss Katako? I'll be there right now. And then I go to sleep. I actually did choose to go to sleep. Oh. There's no confirmation button or anything. He felt more energized. Well, surely she's not dead, right? We just slept the entire night away. There's cat food. A note. A note in the cat food that I only clicked because it stands out. Paper from the canned cat food with a prominent red claw mark. May 20th, Sunny Witfuyu gave me a new cat bowl and even fed me cat strips. Cat strips are hotter than raw fish. And Kento of often gives me raw fish to eat. I hate raw fish. This is a very filled out refrigerator too. With a whole assortment of oddly shaped bottles. And straight up garbage at the bottom back there. Oh, I saw this on the Steam page. To cut the fish open. The fish's belly looks strange. There might be a clue inside. There's a knife. I'm just gonna mess with this girl's stuff before we even talk to her. May 25th, Cloudy. Today's lunch and dinner are both raw fish. I have to eat it if I'm hungry. He knocked on the wall. There should be a large space behind it. The gap on the bookshelf should be a key to solving the puzzle. Let's look for it again. So, a space behind the bookshelf is there. This peels. A key behind the Mao painting can unlock the bathroom vanity. Extensive rust was all over it. No use in some time. Maybe at least some of the art is AI, because these marks on the wall don't really make sense. Bathroom key unlocks the bathroom door. Drawer above the wardrobe cannot be opened. It should be locked by a mechanism, but there are strange grooves on the rod for hanging clothes, which may be related. So, we reorganize the clothes on the rod to open some other door. Combination lock here that we don't have the combination to, and cannot open the other drawers. What even are these knickknacks? Is that an onion? A picture of a guy with no neck? A succulent in a misshapen bowl? An orange? A melted sphinx? Billow's got a book. August 1, rainy. The rain of the city never seems to stop. On rainy days, it always makes people feel melancholy. Thinking of the past, thinking of him. Those past events seem like illusion. Am I still me? August 3rd, rainy. Today, I and Kento entered Y University as volunteer and met many college students. Looking at their healthy and sunny appearance, I really envy them. I know this body just looks normal, and the inside is starting to rot. If we don't hurry up. My past and him. Am I still me? The body looks normal, but the inside is starting to rot. August 6 overcast, failure again. We've already handled 5 or 6 cats. Although it has been confirmed that the cats could see the line. The truth that excessive depth is dangerous is beyond their reach. It's usually the most obedient. I have had enough of it. Kento looks enjoy a lot. He's getting weirder and weirder. Is it because of the curse of this body? Kento looks enjoys a lot. August 13th, sunny. I possibly made new progress. We're going to visit Y University again. I need a pure mind. A young man who's naive and easily seduced. I'm in a good mood today. I wore my favorite white coat, it looks fine. Green, blue, orange. I plan to wear bright clothes every day this week. Cheer up. Maybe this time it really will work out. I'm looking for love. I'm looking for Trey. White, green, blue, orange. It is not smooth. Very strong struggle. Kento roughed up. Haven't written diary for a long time. Training it day and night. Today I finally succeeded. It saw the line. Kento becomes more and more abnormal. He wants to destroy my hard-earned results today. It's no different than trying to kill me. White, green, blue, orange. This diary would be huge news if it ever got out. It seems that this house was once a sinful place of imprisonment. That diary must be what the landlord left behind. And because what's-her-face obediently followed do not mess with anything, leave it exactly as it was, she still kept the journal under the pillow. The landlord and her boyfriend, a man named Kento, seem to have imprisoned someone here and are conducting some bizarre training. Training people to become cats. Weird. Why would they do that? Judging from the contents of this diary, I'm afraid Kento's been doomed. Where has the landlord gone? Anyway, either Kento or one of the trained people is watching, aren't they? Try to go and check. Kadako must be in danger right now. Well, we kind of ignored her for the entire night to get more sushi brain. White, green, blue, yellow. Yellow book. Treatment of dissociative identity disorder. Which we can't read. Today's lunch and dinner, raw fish, have to eat it if hungry. Mafuyu gave me new cat bowl and even fed me cat strips, better than raw fish. Kento often gives me raw fish to eat. Up and down. E to leave the current scene, go to the next area. Okay. This bathroom is filthy. You'd almost think it was bloodstains. Another note. Today, Mifuyu gave me a bath, her clothes for me. She kept talking, saying she was going to take me to a place where I couldn't be disturbed. It's a little scary. After taking a bath, she let me clean the body. I stood up and looked myself in the mirror. The edge of the face was still clear, and my body was a bit hunched due to malnutrition. I used to be 175 centimeters tall. There are some scars on my body, it's so ugly. Where is Mifuyu going to take me? May, June. So 1 claw, 2 claw, 3 claw for dates, huh? Another book. Cat care guide. But isn't any cat hair in the house? Mysophobia? Cistern, could I flush? 2580. Thanks for hiding your code in the bottom of the cistern. Also, where's what's her face? Wouldn't it be funny if she actually did end up missing solely because I took a nap instead of coming over? Red book, The World Within, documenting the path to a parallel world. I've obtained all 3 missing books, now it's time to inspect the bookshelf again. Oh yeah, the bookshelf, forgot about that. Incompatible? So I did red. So yellow first is nothing. How about red first? The bookshelf is rattling. The dark room should be behind it. She's in a rush into the dark room and saw Kaneko with disheveled hair, face out of the corner. Blood gushing from her abdomen and winding to the ground. Is it because I slept the night away instead of coming over? I somehow feel like that doesn't make a difference to the outcome of the investigation. But there's no confirmation that sleeping the night away and delaying it isn't what made us too late. Her clothes soaked in blood clung to her body, rising and falling with her faint breath. She's still alive, it's alright. She was badly hurt. A 4-legged shadow quickly fled from behind Shizuno. Shizuno subconsciously pounced on it. The thing was incredibly agile, like a wild beast. It darted out from the small door of the dark room. Please help me. Shizuno felt his pants gripped by a weak hand. He bowed his head, and Kaneko climbed to his feet at some point. At some point, we don't know when, it just happened eventually. Her lips moving. She could say no more. Cold sweat clung to her hair, and her face was dreadfully white. Should I chase him out, or save Kaneko first? Letting that guy go. I may never know about Mao's clues. However, I can't stand by and do nothing. Shizuno Yokoyama's heart seems to be pulled back and forth by 2 forces. I mean, if we catch the prisoner, then we could save her after, right? But she is losing a fair amount of blood. Rescue Kaneko first. The creature wiggled free like a slippery loach, raced out the door at breakneck speed and vanished. Kaneko's situation couldn't be ignored either. Shizuno Yokoyama slammed the wall in frustration and went back to check on her condition. He didn't go after the creature that looked like a man and a beast. After calling for help, he bent down and made a simple bandage for Kaneko. The ambulance arrived 20 minutes later, and with a sharp whistle, Shizuno Yokoyama rushed downstairs holding Kaneko and placed her on a stretcher. Mr. Yokoyama, the people who imprisoned him, the woman, the landlord of the house, hope you find her and punish her with the law. Side of the ambulance, he noticed incidents around this neighborhood, onlookers. He turns his head. And there's Mao staring back. And a daisy rushes towards her, but the blood-sparked crowd gets thicker. And the ethereal figure vanishes. Shizano struggled to push away the crowd, frantically searching. But there was no trace of the girl. He froze in place, thinking for a moment that what he had just witnessed might be his own illusion. What if Mao was the landlady? A week later, news came from the hospital that thanks to timely rescue, Kadako Suzuki's life was saved after all. Thanks to timely rescue, I bet you if we delayed, she'd be dead. Kadako said she thought of some details about being locked in the dark room. And upon hearing this, Shizano decided to go talk to her. I'm sorry, Mr. Yokoyama, because I... Don't blame yourself. Life is more important. Let's get down to business while I'm still sober. After that weirdo put me in the hidden room, he kept repeating something I couldn't understand. What did he say? He said, I saw the line. Line? Did he say anything else? Take her over that line and I'll be free. This is the general idea. Well, he was right eventually then. He brought her in, apparently put her over whatever line. Then we came in, and in doing so, freed him. Anything else? The rest is just some unintelligible meow sound. Detective, I'm a little sleepy. Hope you can find the truth. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you again. Chapter 3 already, that's pretty quick. At a brisk pace so far. After coming back from the hospital, Shizano Yokoyama went to work early, returned late for several weeks. Went to work early, returned late. Okay. We just kept busy for several weeks. Went to the library, looked up a lot of books that might be related to the line, but found little. That night, Shizano returned to his residence and looked through the Tomb of Night forum. News of someone illegally imprisoning men in a private residence. Big news that recently happened near my home. So many people have been taken in by the police for questioning. Heard it was because a certain woman illegally imprisoned university students. What? How do women have the power to imprison men? Won't they fight? I hear there's a special method of brainwashing, and one of my relatives also experienced being tricked into strange groups. So horrible. I can't imagine how desperate the party will be. Now there are really many abnormal people in the society. Students and corporate slaves had better protect yourselves. I heard this news too. It is said that the woman and her boyfriend imprisoned a male student to satisfy his abnormal ideas. She killed her lover later, then missing. It seems someone's reported the housewife and sent the relevant evidence directly to the police station. She did something like that and got married like nothing happened. What an evil. Oh no, we got Denko face. I hope that this woman can get punishment and that the child is okay, continuing to live the future life. Surely cannot live better? Being treated like this, the rest of your life is ruined. If I could meet him, I would try to save him. Shizano Yokoyama browses the interface when he suddenly receives a message from the owner of the mobile phone repair shop. Cats hide their paws. I've located the battery you need. A customer reached out to me looking to dispose of his old model. Based on the information received, it's compatible with your phone. However, the customer's location is quite far away, and he requests a pickup. Repairing an old model won't bring in much profit. I'm not up for the journey at my age. If you're determined to get the battery, could you help me get it? Here's the address. Okay, on my way. Non-existent block. That's pretty suspicious. Alive. Toshiro. Spirit power of 80. Online name, cats hide their paws. Strange man is alive. Tall man sitting next to the corner of the non-existent block, acting strangely. Hey, we don't know about this yet. You know about Akikudo? With a spirit power of 90. All the evidence of the last chapter gone. I guess let's go then. Run, even if she means no harm or merely wandering. Escape as soon as possible. And if you can, do your best to stay hidden. Let me save. Hide phone option. Surely that's just flavor for the tourists. Oh, his legs do appear backwards. Or is it the rest of him that's backwards? The next day, at the address given by the vendor, he arrived at a relatively remote area, and the surrounding streets and alleys gradually became eerie. This area is at the junction of the city and the countryside, and it has always been said that there are some businesses operating in the gray area. So it's not that the block doesn't exist, it's just on the border of city and county, or whatever the equivalent would be. The address given by the owner of the mobile phone repair shop is a divination shop. And tarot divination is very popular among young people in recent years. Some are located in Kabukicho, some are in cultural districts, and others are like this one, located in remote areas. But in fact, just put a name on the internet. Popular among young people, the more remote it is, the more unusual, should be very accurate, young people would think. Shizuno Yokoyama walking on this road. The news of the boss on the mobile phone came again. I've heard about something strange in that street. It says sometimes a non-existent block appears. Be cautious. So non-existent block is its own thing then. The non-existent block. Seeing this kind of word, Shizuno Yokoyama feels a kind of disgust. This elusive, uncertain thing took away the person he loved the most. Did it? I thought a train did. Hey, buddy. Excuse me, is there a divination shop around here? Non-existent block. Floating spirits. Confusion. Hiding. There's a non-existent block involved in London. Excuse me? Hide. Run. Hide. This guy's a bit weird. Better not to chat further. We got a heart icon that's beating and a ghost girl ahead of us. Do the dead really exist? There's a closet out front. We should be able to hide and try not to be seen. I'm pretty sure the dead exist. E to escape, E again to escape when safe. When a character is attacked or mentally affected, it is health points. When health points drop to 0, the player will die. Well, that's it. Lose health by being touched by a ghost and die. Damn, this is as far as I can get. I was going pretty slowly. After a night's sleep, felt more energized, but his health is halfway down. That's it. I just sleep for a little and health maxes out. That kind of feels a bit cheap, you know? I mean, I guess I'll count it for death counter purposes, but... Oh, I can run! Shift to run. I was trying it earlier, but I couldn't make him run. Okay, so I had to go through her either way. Is it ever gonna be safe or just wait here indefinitely? So he's just constantly going back and forth. Go on. Okay, gotta wait for it to go the other way then. Perfect encounter. Successfully evade the pursuit of the floating spirit. Lady, do you know that there are ghosts wandering around right outside your door? Did you spot something strange? It should be. There are even supernatural phenomena here. The street's called the non-existent block. Finding it means something brought you here. Given that it's the non-existent block, why you bother to sell the old phone? Ah, it turns out to be the guy who came to pick up the phone. Don't say that. Business has been bad recently. Selling some old goods is also good. Here, take it. Account information has been sent. Remember to send me the money. You can call me if you need a divination, dude. After handing over the mobile phone to the vendor, Shizuno walked along the road of Kawaishi Vegetable Market in Hidetanuki to Arashia, playing with a battery while walking. This is the road he used to walk home from high school with Mao Igarashi. In fact, his home is not on the way, but in order to be able to chat with Mao, he has just been lying that the scenery is better from this side. Aw, he was going along because he likes her. Shizuno took a deep breath and plunged the battery into his phone. The screen looked up, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. The familiar mobile phone cover is a group photo taken by two people on their first date. Aw, do we see it? Clicking into the album, Shizuno's eyes felt a pain. As he flipped through the pages, the pain grew stronger and stronger. The phone card had been out of service for a long time, so Shizuno recharged the phone card on the internet. After setting it up, he tapped into their social chat screen. He clicked on Mao's own chat interface and sent a message to the file assistant. Putting the phone down, He begins to daze until the vibration for the phone calls him back to the real world. A few days later, Shizuno visits a park where something happened. I'm assuming he's gonna meet someone. Messaging himself again's become a habit. Aw, I miss you. Who are you? Why do you keep sending me messages? Completed the Beyond chapter. Did I? This is the first time I've received a case so close to the truth that the Mao disappeared. We get to piece evidences together. The strange landlord, the cat that lost its sanity, the inexplicable line. I need to sort out my thoughts. Okay, so there's me. Whoops. He says he needs to sort out his own thoughts, but there's nothing else here. I guess you're going straight into Spider Bride then. In the evening, there are a few pedestrians on the familiar streets, and the glow of neon lights paint a beautiful picture in the dusk. This just goes at a breakneck pace. A fashionably dressed and eye-catching urban beauty stood in front of a detective agency called Arashia and gently knocked on the door of the agency. The urban beauty walked into the shop where the air was quiet and slightly cool. There was only one young man who looked a bit lazy. The man was dressed simply, and his whole body exuded a maturity that did not match his age. I'm sure it didn't. At the time, the man was sitting in his seat lazily looking at his phone, and did not even look up when he saw the woman enter. The man is Shizuno Yokoyama. What a surprise. Since that day, Mao's mobile phone replied that, who is it? After that, he repeatedly tried to contact the person on the other end of the phone, whoever it was, whether it was Mao or not. But no matter how Shizuno asked, the other end of the phone fell into deathly silence, and he never received any reply. As if the things of that day were just a dream that existed in the memory of Shizuno. Beautiful, but also unreal that the phone was broken. But in any case, this at least proves that Mao's vanish was definitely not as simple as a disappearance, and there must be some secrets hidden behind him that he does not know. He firmly believes that as long as he continues to search in the direction of Mao's disappearance, he will find Mao one day. During his contemplation, he looked up at the incoming person. Excuse me. Hello, may I help you? Hello. My name is Kyoko Kamishiro. I saw your sign outside that says we can solve any problem. Is that true? Yeah, that's right. First of all, can you tell me exactly what it is? As he spoke, he suddenly looked carefully at the woman in front of him. With just one glance, there was a sudden electric sensation in his mind. Aw, he likes her. The woman's eyes and mouths are very similar. Very beautiful. Glassy, transparent pupils, clean, as if not stained a trace of dust. What's the matter, dear detective? Is there something on my face? Nothing. Excuse me, but why is Miss Kyoko wearing a hat and mask? COVID and the sun's bright. Is there any particular reason? Is Miss Kyoko a very famous star? It's not that grand. My work and identity are a bit special. If detective is not my customer, I don't want you to see my face. So, detective, what happened? You seem a bit strange. Never mind. You just reminded me of a friend. Let's get back to the point, Miss Kyoko. What can I do for you? Quite an abrupt subject change. Well, actually, one of my friends is missing and I hope to find her. This is the kind of thing we call the police for. In fact, I called the police the first time my friend went missing. She's been missing habitually, but for some reason, the police didn't take it seriously. What do you mean? This friend of mine is a vagrant, so when I went to the police only symbolically checked around, and then dismissed me with the excuse of probably wandering somewhere else. Maybe for them, there are too many homeless people in the city every day, and finding them is not the dirty work they want to do. So I was hoping you could help me, detective. Well, tell me more about your friend. Going back all the way to 3 months. Kyoko Kamishiro met her special friend in the middle of the night, when it was so quiet you could almost hear the moonlight falling on the earth. That night, after a day's work, Kyoko Kamishiro dragged her tired body on the way home. In order to catch the last tram, she stood at the cold for more than half an hour, until one side of her body was stiff with cold. The tram arrived as scheduled, and after stopping at the platform, Kyoko successfully boarded the tram. But unlike usual, the inside of the tram was eerily quiet. In addition to Kyoko, there was only one strange old man on the tram. The old woman's face was somewhat terrible with gray hair, and her whole body was extremely thin, and her cheeks were hollowed out completely like skeletons. Damn, Kyoko, judgmental much. Because of her extreme thinness, her eyes were bulging and bloodshot. When Kyoko looked at the dirty old woman, she turned her head in a slow, stiff pace, and gave Kyoko a creepy smile. In the face of such a strange scene and terrible old man, apparently she's shifting genders before our very eyes. Kyoko, who has been worried, is afraid. She does not want to be related to the strange old woman, and did not respond to the old woman's kindness. The translation is definitely fun. After realizing this, yikes so much. The old woman did not have any movement or expression change, and remained rigid and motionless in the seat, not like a living person. The hour hand beats bit by bit on arriving at the platform. As the surroundings became increasingly familiar, the perpetually anxious Kyoko began to unwind, but... Oh, we get animation! Oh, she's just laughing. That's not anything strange. Ah! Why did you sneak up on me? Kyoko Kamishiro's body trembled violently. Her lips turned white, and thoughts of late-night women on their way home were met by perverted murderers and midnight trolley killing began rushing wildly in her mind. In the face of Kyoko's frightened reaction, the old woman remained silent, but his empty eyes stared coldly on Kyoko. Miss, you are so beautiful, just like me in my youth. By the way, you're... The old woman was in the middle of her sentence. There goes a familiar tram arrival announcement. Kyoko didn't hear the old woman's words clearly, and a strong fear surged up like a tide. She didn't care about anything and rushed frantically towards the position of the door, almost escaping from the train. After getting off the car, Kyoko Kamishiro stood at a platform that was both strange and familiar. That was terrifying. What was the problem with that old? Kyoko, you can't just call her an old. I can't handle this now. I'd better go home first. I just hope we won't meet that terrible old woman again. Just as Kyoko said to herself at the same time, she did not realize that the strange old woman also got off with her at the tram after the tram left the station, like a shadow. The old man limped and walked slowly. Looking at the back of Kyoko, she slowly let out an uncoordinated smile at the corner of her mouth, then followed step by step. We get to play as her now. I could also only move forward because her shadow is following after. So weird. Why is the street so darn chilly today? She's gonna catch me. Is that true? I feel like someone's following me. It's almost midnight. Better hurry back. I can't make her hurry back. Ah, she's gonna catch me! Even her head turns to look. 5 minutes later, Kyoko arrived home. She took out the key, inserted it into the lock, and gently turned the doors. Upon returning home, Kyoko finally let go of all of her defenses. Feeling exhausted, she tucked herself into bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. Seems good right about now. Maybe I'll make this a short stream and take a nap before Fennec comes home. She doesn't know how long it took. Thud, thud, thud. A rapid and rhythmic knock on the door, like a bell in the middle of the night, woke Kyoko from a deep sleep. In a daze, Kyoko got up to open the door. When Kyoko reached the door, grasped the handle, and was about to open it, she suddenly noticed, at that time and that time alone, the time on the wall clock, 0030. Who could it be so late? Why would they knock on my door at this time? No one? There's no one. Except for her. No! No! Kyoko's whole body was struck by lightning, and her heart suddenly accelerated. The eyes in the cat's eyes were so gloomy, haggard, and terrifying. She was so frightened that she fell to the ground, covering her mouth, and not daring to make any sound. Her only remaining drowsiness dissipated in an instant, her mind's getting stronger. It's the old woman! No, please, don't come closer! Well, she wants to. Her knocks are getting more frantic. The knocking sound outside the door still continued. Each knock was like a heavy hammer hitting directly on her heart, making her feel as if she was about to suffocate. She held her phone tightly, her fingers trembling, as she dialed the emergency number. Miss, please don't be afraid. Who are you? Why you're at my door? Another warning now. I'm warning you now. Go. I'm calling the police. Please leave now. I'm sorry if I startled you. Actually, you left your wallet on the tram. Eh? My wallet. Kyoko just started checking his personal belongings and found that her wallet was really lost. She finally pulled away from fear and panic and slowly rose from the ground. She turned her eyes to the cat's eyes again, and it was the same old ugly face, but it was not as scary. After a long struggle, Kyoko finally got up and opened the door. It is better to avoid too much contact with the old woman. After getting her wallet back, Kyoko was ready to close the door. But the next second, the half-opened door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and the old woman leaned in halfway through, staring coldly at Kyoko. Kind miss, could you shelter me for a while? The old woman's words were questioning, but the tone was unmistakably positive. Surprised by the unexpected request, Kyoko found herself in a dilemma. How could she politely decline the situation? No, I can't. My leg is lame. When I followed you off the train, I caught my leg in the closed door. It's your fault. I think what I'm going to do... We're about close to the 2-hour mark, right? I'm gonna give myself another refresher since my water is running a little bit low right now. Actually, let me see if I can't finish the scenario first. This... Old lady, please let me take you to the hospital, or the police station. They can provide better help for you. No good, lady, you must help me. The police will never help a lonely old woman like me. You're my only hope. Is this her transient friend? She's all spooky, and Kyoko's scared of her, but it's 3 months ago, and she's talking about her friend's disappearance, so... This can't be the incident. Besides, hospitalization is very expensive. Are you sure that you could afford the medical expense? Well, fine, come in first. Helpless, Kyoko let her in. Hey, Hordian! How's your day going? I got myself. Lost some blood this week in the blood donation. Gave blood again for some lab tests at the clinic. And then got my tetanus and my COVID. So I am feeling very drowsy today. But welcome back from the gym. Helpless, Kyoko let her in. After having a chat with the old woman, Kyoko knew the name of her, Shana Okawa. Out of curiosity, Kyoko called her Granny Okawa. Eat well and hydrate. I got my water. I had some rice earlier. But still feeling so lethargic. Ugh. So yeah, this is her friend then. Right? This is her friend that went missing? But even so, Kyoko remained wary of the strange and somewhat scary old woman in front of her. You're exhausted from the gym, I'm exhausted from replacing my blood with latent viruses and bacterium. I should take a page from the cats and just curl up on someplace comfy and sleep the rest of the day away. You upped all of your weights on legs day this week. Congratulations on that, Hordian. Still fighting to do the exercise proper? Step by step, man? You're stepping in the right direction. Granny, how did you find my place? It can't be that she had her wallet that also had her ID and address in it. I saw your wallet drop on the tram and I was planning to return it to you but couldn't find a chance. So I followed you all the way. She could have shouted out. Kyoko realized something. Unwittingly, her fingers touched Granny Okawa's body. The temperature was frighteningly low. The next second, she withdrew her hand like an electric shock and stopped talking. After a moment's silence, Kyoko, who was still thinking about how to politely send Granny Okawa away, noticed a strange look on the old woman's face, and the expression on her face became unnatural. Granny, what's up? Aren't you feeling well? Oh, well... If you want to go to the bathroom, it's on the left. That's not true, Miss Kyoko. What? The bathroom's not on the left? Excellent, chum. Welcome to you too. Did you and Hordian both come back from the same gym? As it turned out, that Canada and Brazil are now long-distance workout buddies. If you don't mind, can you help me see what it says here? Can you read it to me? The old woman took a notebook out of her dirty pocket. The notebook was very old, and due to years of flipping through it, the cover has mostly rotted. You and Chillin' Chum apparently have a wormhole that connects Brazil and Canada. I knew it, Hordian! Chillin' Chum, I don't know why you try to lie to me and hide this. Delivering bags and papers for a food drive on Saturday. Well, that sounds pretty productive, Chillin' Chum. Best of luck with. You can't read? Every time this woman acts creepy, it turns out to be something mundane. Like, she showed up at the house because Kyoko dropped her wallet and she found it. Her face is all squinted up and weird because she's old and can't read anymore. She did not expect that in this age, that basic education has long been universal. She did not expect that in this age, that basic education long is universal, that there would still be someone who cannot read. I mean, Hungry Heart's Diner took place 50s, 60s, and Grandma had a very rudimentary education. If this is like 2010 now, and this lady is old. I have an idea how rock the boat if such as grown out. Hordian, you want an actual NFT. I got the material right here, what do you need? Note to self, go back to the gym, brother. Okay. I've got my special NFT printer here. I just need the special NFT mechanical pencil. You want me to give you a permanent note to go back to the gym. Go back to the gym, brother. Back to the gym, brother. Okay. Okay, Hordian. I know exactly what NFT you're getting then. Semi-permanent? Oh no. These NFTs are absolutely permanent. They'll outlive us all. After our bones turn to dust, the paper will already be yellowed. You're gonna love this one, Hordian. People are gonna be so envious that they don't have this gym reminder NFT. Until it falls from my wall on the redeem. Yeah, but I could pin it back up. You weighed yourself at the gym today, took your measurements. 125 kilograms. Believe you're at 128 a month and a bit ago. And kilograms have a bit more range than pounds do, right? 1 to 5 kilograms to pounds. 1 to 8 kilogram to pounds. That's a pretty good drop. That's like 6.5 pounds. That is excellent progress. Let me keep working your NFT here. You're going, cause I have plans for this NFT. Note to self, go back to the gym. Okay, Hordian, here you go. One freshly minted NFT. Let me flip the camera for you. Let's see, transform, flip horizontal. That's not flipping the right thing horizontal. Where's the camera? There we go. There. Your brand new NFT, Hordian. Your note to self to go to the gym. Not quite too self, though. Now flip that around because that's my right, but it's not the right on stream, so back that way. In this episode of Haunted Streamer Dens, a cat lover who pinned up a whole bunch of paper assumed to have been stuck to a wall. What cultural meaning the drawings of the once had, we don't have guesses. Yukon Trail, but a bit more dangerous and raw with more cute anime girls. I mean, Yukon Trail's already a bit dangerous, isn't it, Chillin' Chum? They gotta crawl all the way up the mountain, bit by bit, can break your legs so many times. And then you got those cheaters over in Skagway. The hell is Yukon Trail, Hordian? It's one of those trail games that Mech made, except it's all about going from, was it San Francisco or Seattle? By boat up to Alaska. And then from there, you haul all of your gear, inch by inch by inch, to the Canadian border, up huge mountains, through harsh weather. It's quite fun. It's basically a gold rush trail going through the Yukon Territory. Hence, Yukon Trail. I had that one growing up. I don't think I've streamed it. Did I? But I've always enjoyed it. I would still look up in the dictionary, cough, cough. My eyesight is not good. If you're unwilling to read it for me, I might stay a few more days to check it out myself. Looking at Granny Okawa miserable and with the appearance of cunning, it is difficult to use words to describe the mood of Kyoko at this time. Well, I'll read it to you and I hope your leg heals soon. Reluctantly, Kyoko Kamishiro still agreed to the request of Shana Okawa and took the diary that was almost worn out from her hand. Just when Kyoko's ready to read the contents of the diary, suddenly feels dizzy and faints. Where is this place? A hospital? It's a shame that text goes by so fast, though. I only got like 2/3 of that. She felt faint and then fainted. She feet faint. Because of the diary? Just find a way to get out of here. Seem to know a fair few Canadian things. Well, that's the thing, Chillin' Chum. I played Yukon Trail. So, that gives me a basic education on Canadian things. Can't leave that way. Rotten apple discarded the trash can. A clue within. Cut the apple for closer inspection. That cut her health down. Strange, feels so uncomfortable. If I don't think correctly, it'll have a great impact on my spirit. Well, pain seems to come in twos here. She's got that big health bar, but it seems we've only got 2 HP at a time. Diary fragment number 2. Okay, so I gotta go through the old lady's memories, I guess, and find fragments of the diary to piece back together and then read it to her. Cat's body on the operating table. Why is it there in the hospital? Under the operating table, investigate the cat's body around. Let's investigate the cat's body around. It hurts! My consciousness is disintegrating! No, don't. What? Achievement. Ending achieved, illusions toll. The game overs feel pretty meaningless, could just go right back into it. Okay, so apple inside the trash can. It turns out even just looking at the apple or the cat is enough to destroy you. Under the operating table then, fragment 1. Common intravenous injection bottle in the hospital. Medicine bottle is not filled with liquid medicine but glucose. Tear off the sticker. Examine the IV pole around. Touching stuff seems to hurt me, so just examine it. Touching stuff and examining hurts me. Tear the sticker off then. We have 1, 2, and 4 now. Diary. Fragment 3, the rest is pointless. Crying child, what's the matter? Did I just hear a kid crying? Where's it coming from? Is it under the bed? Let's check it out. Do I have to? I want to go forward, not back. Or that bed. That bed is also an option. Man, there used to be an excellent Carmen Sandiego clone for mobile. And there's no reason why it shouldn't work. Except that for whatever reason, the cases that you got were fed in from their servers instead of just hosted locally. Or being randomized, I guess. And because those servers no longer exist, the game still exists. You could download it, install it, but you can't do anything with it. You start the game, make your profile, and then time for a new case and nothing happens. Because cannot connect to a server because a single player game really needs connecting to servers. Animated blood drops. Actually, I started that fire. I know I'm going to die. I want everyone to play with me. Sister, can you stay here and play with me? Yeah, let's say yes to the ghost kid that started a fire. Ending achieved. Finally in the illusion, don't look at things you shouldn't achievement. That is very straightforward too. You game over, you go exactly where you were before. There. All the pieces, no health lost. Should ask MP83 and the Amiga Live community to sign the petition that Ross Scott's got coined. Which petition's that? Shouldn't show. Yeah, it is better to go back to where you were than play 30 minutes of skipping dialogue. Both experience immediately from not Deathmark, Spirit Hunter NG, having to click for so long, like tens of minutes, no joke, just to go back to where you were to try something again. And all the grumbling I made during Abathur about, man, if the Mario Maker community made this, there'd be less turnaround between game over and trying again. But it feels a bit not very impactful, because you get 2 health, then game over, and then exactly where you were. Kind of feels like it could maybe use a bit more oomph, maybe. Okay, this time we're not going to play with the ghost child. That thing is gone, and there's a light up ahead. It might be a way out. I've got to get out of this weird place fast. There's a light. Surroundings have changed back to the familiar apartment. Old woman looking with a slightly worried look. So there's certainly a cat theme throughout this game. Mao, the missing girlfriend, is a cat noise, yeah. The online avatar, or display pic that the main character uses, is a cat in a detective hat. The first case involved a kidnapped college student trained to become a cat and fed cat food. And now this case, this flashback, has a cat at an operating table. Do something about dead online games that in many cases shouldn't have been locked to online in the first place. IOI is gonna be sweating bullets. Miss Kyoko, you finally respond. Granny, I think I just went to a really scary hospital. What's going on? I don't know. All of a sudden you were frozen in place with your eyes gone. And you're not moving anymore. And until now, it's freaking me out. Is this diary from a family member or a friend, Granny? The machine translation is so funny. This is my grandson's diary. Thank you, Miss Kyoko. Kyoko still had lingering fears about her previous experience, but her original intention out of helplessness became a desire to understand the truth. So, the grandson is probably dead and started a fire so other people could play with him, right? She began to read the old diary from Granny Okawa. August 1st, I was really sick. Grandma asked me, have you made up your mind? Should we go to the hospital? I nodded in agreement. We headed to a hospital on the west side of the city, what I'd never seen before. August 15th, my hospital stay began. The memory was in a hospital. Maybe he was mutilating someone's cats or stray cats and burned down the building to get people to play with him. The doctors poked me with needles and inserted tubes into me. The patient next to me is a lovely young lady, but she always wears a big mask. Whenever I ask her, why don't you take off the mask? She replies, do you think I'm beautiful? If I answer, of course, you're the prettiest. She angrily smashes things around her. Adults are hard to understand. Why would she get so upset? Isn't that a Scissor Lady thing, where she asks, am I pretty? And answering yes or no is a trap. August 30th, the young lady moved to a single room on the second floor. The doctors said she'd cut a nurse's mouth with scissors, Scissor Lady called it, and the nurse called the police. They had to separate her from the other patients. I miss her. Also, this family portrait off to the side. October 8th. My condition worsens. Grandma visited today and brought me a bag of green apples, my favorite. But strangely, they taste horrible now. Don't tell me the child's about to become Sayano Uta. October 27th. I moved to a single room on the second floor, right next to the young lady. She talks to me through the wall, her voice gentle like mom's. November 9th, we survived Halloween. Dr. Watanabe said they've changed my medication and I have to take it on time every day. November 15th, I haven't seen Grandma in a while. And what's that? A line. I'm so scared. Stay away, please. Second mention of a line. Maybe it's a line dividing the supernatural and material world. The cat person was also trained to see the line. Difficult to read the contents of the front, and the old man around him already do not know when tears burst into her eyes. Kyoko suddenly pulled out an old tissue to the old man. Granny Okawa told Kyoko about the story of Akira. Akira is her grandson, only 3 years old. Only 3 years old and potentially burned down a hospital already. His father left this world because of a sudden car accident. Soon after, Akira's mother also chose to leave him because of the pressure of life. Since then, the old woman had become the only family member that Akira can rely on in this world. Akira, who grew up in hardship, did not hate the world for it. On the contrary, he is more cheerful and optimistic and loves life than any other child his age. Unfortunately, in a twist of fate, Akira suffered from a malignant brain tumor at the age of 7. To treat Akira, the old woman used up all of her savings without anything left. Maybe Grandma's dead. Maybe we've been talking to a ghost this whole time. A fire burned that fragile, innocent life. See what I mean by sometimes the art feels like it could potentially be AI, because some of the stylings is very familiar to a lot of AI output. It's hard to say, and the Steam page, the store page, doesn't have the usual AI content warning on the bottom, so I could be overthinking it, but the style does remind me of it so much. He left, completely reduced to ashes in the great fire, and floated around the world. Sounds like he's having an adventure. It was also at that time that all the relatives of the old woman left her, and she began to wander alone in this cold world. The old man said that every day after Akira left, she thought of Akira all the time, how she wished to see the child again, so that she would pay any price. Since that day, out of sympathy or other unknown reasons, Kyoko somehow really let the Granny Okawa enter her own home down. In her own home down. Let the Granny Okawa in her own home down. Let her down? No. But after a few days, Kyoko woke up one morning and saw something that made her shudder. Granny Okawa, covered in blood, stood in the bathroom sink side, frantically cleaning the blood on her hands and clothes. At her feet lay a dead, lifeless little cat. they have the dead cat pixelated. I didn't see it at first because of them, because it's behind the dialogue box. I thought she was like peeling off her nails or something. What is she up to? A bit of haruspicy? Granny, what? What have you done? She's dead. What? Dead. Later, Kyoko Kamishiro also found that Granny Okuwa often loitered around convenience stores and shops, and the shop owners always impatiently drove her away. At noon one day, Granny Okuwa returned from outside, covered in dust, emitting an unpleasant odor. Her hands were pitch black, and her nails were filled with dirt while her pockets were bulging. Kyoko thought she was stealing again. Granny, please don't do this. I don't want the police to come here one day. It will make me very difficult. Miss Kyoko, I'm sorry. An apple for you. It's clean. You could eat it. Green apples, like her grandson loved. Shana Okawa said to Kyoko with an undeniable tone. Kyoko saw that Granny Okawa slowly pulled out a few green apples from her dirty pocket, wiped them with her clothes, and handed them to Kyoko. Looking at the hesitant Kyoko Kamishiro, the tone of Granny Okawa slowed down a little. It's not stolen. I saw the shop dealing with unsold apples, and asked the shopkeeper for them. Finally, Kyoko accepted the apple. In fact, Keiko, who's Keiko, has considered letting Granny Okawa leave several times. But whenever she tries to mention this topic, Granny lures her home. Granny would stare at her with her lifeless and empty eyes, as if their gaze could penetrate the heart. In front of them, any word seemed so pale and powerless. I recognize those eyes. She's an animatronic. Then Kyoko would quickly shut her mouth and never say another word. So she's found the ultimate way of getting to squat in someone's house. Just stare at them uncomfortably whenever they say, "It's about time you get going, right? Where do you live?" This delicate, intense atmosphere lasted for a long time. Afterwards, Kyoko continued to read the diary to Granny Okawa as usual. She listened very attentively, word by word, as if afraid that she would forget it someday in the future. Therefore, every time Kyoko finished reading it, she would silently repeat it. November 21st, my stomach is growling. A black cat visited the ward today. It smelled so good. What did I say? Akira is becoming Saya no Uta. The food he loves, like apples, tastes disgusting. But fresh, raw flesh from a living being smells so delicious. December 1st. I don't want to die. 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 Will I really get better? 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 Die, 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 die. Everything in this hospital tastes bitter. I'm starving. As they spend more time together. Should I stream Saya no Uta? I played it before, so it's not going to be anything new to me. And it's very linear. There's not very many choices except for close to the end. Kyoko finds that in some ways they are actually very similar. It's like different times of the same person, different angles of the same object. The logic of their thinking, the way they look at things, and even the fact that Granny Okawa had opened Kyoko's mobile phone Maybe she is her from the future. And Kyoko is going to have a little boy named Akira someday. But when Kyoko asked how she did it, Granny Okawa only used the Wanderer's intuition to explain. This made Kyoko feel fearful, but at the same time, her curiosity about the old grew even stronger. Anyway, the old would occasionally help cook dishes at home, and before solving her inner doubts, Kyoko didn't rush to kick her out. However, the sudden change made the original plain life come to an abrupt end. A month ago, Granny Okawa once again restored the original dark appearance. That morning, Kyoko saw her face again, as if possessed by a demon. She cut her palm with a knife, and blood flowed on the floor, forming an eerie pattern that was painted as an evil ritual scene. Then Kyoko saw the woman. Like Kyoko here especially, reminds me a lot of various Snapchat AI anime filters, but less sloppy. Like there's a bunch of Japanese folk on Blue Sky. Some post incredible art that they made, but some are just about the AI. Oh! Looking at some Comcast right now, though. Is this going to be the end of the stream? 0 frames, 2,500. 14,000, 17,000, impossible. Since Twitch only goes as high as 6,000. Okay, stabilized now that I have my eye on it. I think the art of the game is very good, Hordian. I suppose for me, it just looks so similar to AI art that it always has me doubting it. Especially since the style looks so much like so many anime AI submissions that I see. It could be an unfortunate coincidence. It could be that it really is just some fantastic artist's legitimate art. And the more I bring it up, the more sad they get that me from overseas thinks it is just AI. But it's very similar. The lines, the lighting. Ah, Hordian. That is why I'm thankful for things like Twitter, Blue Sky. More so Blue Sky now than Twitter. Since they do love to post. They love to post their art, they love to post their animations, they love to post the things that they witness and do and experience. And all of that is just one, translate this post away for us. A strange woman whose whole body was shrouded in a shadow and whose outline could only be seen faintly stood quietly beside Granny Okawa and whispered something to her. I bet it's Mao. I don't know if Mao was the landlady in the previous chapter, but maybe ever since disappearing, she's been trying to influence people in the outside world to find a way back. Their websites from the early 2000s horribly dated? Probably, but I bet you that they're so lightweight compared to websites today. Not gonna lie, I kinda long for the era of simpler web design. Since it was pretty straight to the point, you know? It was simplistic, but it was simplistic website design back in that day that worked for it. Whereas now we have so many redesigns that just make everything look like some kind of shitty iPhone app. It's all so bloated with so many things in it. Like, sure, I'm sure that a lot of it is very useful, but I'm gonna be an old man and long for the simpler days. After that, Granny Okawa completely changed. She regained her original darkness and always stared coldly at Kyoko in the pitch-black corner. She always gets some strange animal blood on her body, and her behavior becomes more sneaky, and she hasn't kicked her out. Butchering a cat in her bathroom, cutting her palm open, coming home with strange animal blood habitually. She is no longer willing to let Kyoko read the diary for her, but she remained unwilling to leave. Even one night at midnight, Kyoko was awakened by a noise coming from the room. As she walked out of the room, she saw Granny Okawa standing in front of the mirror with the blood-red cherry blossoms. Blood-red cherry blossoms. I'm not seeing cherry blossoms in the art, so I'm assuming blood as red as cherry blossoms. The mirror was covered with black and white pictures of a boy and a strange door painted in blood. She called out her grandson Akira Tanaka's name, a scene that still sends chills down Kyoko's spine. Because of this, the next morning before leaving home, in order to prevent Granny Okawa from running around and potentially causing accidents, Kyoko locked her in the room and habitually took the key from her wallet, locked the door, and then she left. Habitually. So she kept doing this. I think about Reddit as an example, Hordian. The old Reddit design, I'd say, was maybe a pretty basic mid-late OOs kind of design. You got your white page, links, lists, and so on, right? And you compare that to the modern Reddit experience. And honestly, even just defining it to user experience and design, there's a reason I still use old Reddit and don't really use redesign ever unless someone has the rules for their subreddit locked away behind some element that only exists in the new redesign. But when she came back from work at night, Granny Okawa, who was originally locked in the room, was already nowhere to be seen. Granny Okawa had vanished in my apartment without a trace. So, you're asking for my help to find Granny Okawa? Yeah, that's right. An hour of cutscene later. I don't know if it's my illusion. I actually feel that she is familiar and strange at the same time. The answer to this question is a bit complicated. I don't really like her, but the rituals she does in my house are really weird. I am very worried about this. Don't really like her, but the ritual she does is weird. And I don't know if these things will affect my future life. Besides, a living person just disappeared from my home. What if she's just hiding somewhere I can't find her? I see. So you think Granny Okawa's disappearance was related to that strange woman? Yeah, that night was terrifying. Granny Okawa is actually a very honest, stiff, traditional woman. She would never do that kind of thing. It is all because of that woman. As they got together, her behavior got weirder and weirder. She must have done something secretly to make Granny Okawa like that. It must have been her. Please calm down, miss. Detective, please do everything you can to find Granny Okawa. Okay, I have understood what happened. If possible, I need to go to your home to see the scene, so that I could investigate the matter better. This... What's wrong? Is it too much trouble? It is okay, but I have works to do. Detective, I can give you the keys on my house, to my house. and you're on your own. After Kyoko Kamishiro left, Shizune sat alone and silent in the silent office. He frowned and began to think. Can I trust what Kyoko says? Yeah, I think so. This option here is blocked out. It's question mark with bloodstains, but I can't choose it. What's blocked me off from accepting that option? Does this demand a second playthrough? Is a second loop something that gives me greater answers? And so the possibility of taking options that don't exist. He's got no reason to suspect her so far. Maybe that's why it's question mark. As far as I can see, the story in Kyoko Kamashiro's mouth does not find anything particularly irrational. But there is too little known information. Although there are indeed some doubts in the story of Kyoko, we can only trust her for a while without conclusive evidence and clues. What if she was the one whispered to by the Shadow Lady, and she's actually killed the old lady? Maybe that, or didn't do a thing in an earlier part of the game that would unlock something here. There's a few choices here or there, and most of them seem... It's like half of them take you directly to game over, and the other half don't seem to impact the story at the time, so it could just be flavor. But what if they're not flavor? What if it is a choice that I made or some combination therein? What are the holes in Kyoko's story? Granny Okawa and the Stranger, Granny Okawa's diary, eerie ritual and its location, her motivation, her wallet and key. What would count as a hole here? I'm trying to find holes while I'm working with the machine translation game. So if there's a contradiction, how much of that was buried in awkward Google Translate syntax? What about her motivation? She kept this woman in her home, refused to kick her out. Or when she would try to kick her out, would find herself unable to do so, and then locked her away to prevent her from leaving. That's right, the stories of Kyoko are all narrated from her first perspective. Although it may seem like an incredibly heartwarming story at first glance, there are too many unexplainable aspects of Kyoko's actions in the story. A woman met a homeless person at midnight on her way home from work. They only met once, but she let the lady stay with her despite her own wish. Why didn't she call the cops then or later? Are you not afraid that this old woman is actually a vicious wanted criminal or a pervert? A little too hasty? What was the motive behind her behavior? Okay, so maybe they're all suspicious, and I just gotta click them all. The wallet and key. Yes, according to the tone of Kyoko Kamishiro, she used to put the key into the wallet, but that day clearly left the wallet on the tram. But she still had the key to open the door. Is there some problem with this detail? Yes, in the story of Kyoko Kamishiro, she once discovered that Granny Okawa was performing some weird ritual in her house. That is, at midnight, she performed some strange behavior in front of the mirror. But one inconsistency is apparent in her narrative. After discovering the strange behavior of Granny Okawa, she did not stop it. but continued to keep Granny Okawa at home, providing her with a convenient and quick place to perform the ceremony. The diary? Yes, Granny Okawa said her eyes were not good, so she would let Kyoko Kamishiro help read the diary. But why would she suddenly no longer need Kyoko Kamishiro read the diary? Why would she no longer need Kyoko Kamishiro read the diary? That's strange. Maybe there was something in the diary that Granny Okawa didn't want Kyoko to see. Or maybe she just didn't trust her anymore. And then finally, Granny Okawa and the stranger. Yes, according to Kyoko's story, she took Granny Okawa in after meeting her. However, Granny Okawa met a strange woman one day later. Kyoko has insisted that it was a stranger who led Granny Okawa to disappear. But from Granny Okawa's perspective, how could she trust a stranger so easily? Or is that woman actually an acquaintance of Granny Okawa? After thinking about these, Shizuno's mind for the context of the incident finally became clear. Next is to go to Kyoko's home and see. Unlocked map, but I can totally just sleep for several days. I don't think the time actually matters in this. You get 2 little sushis there. I think those are sushis. That get consumed when you perform or you go to a location in a day. That's why there's only 1 left. But I could just keep doing this over and over. And there's no risk involved in just sleeping for a week straight. You want to eat sushi now, Hordian? Oh, I shouldn't tell you then about the excellent sushi that Fennec and I had when we went up to the city to do our blood draw, our blood donation. We had some lunch up there. Went to a sushi restaurant that we liked. They actually have uni most times. So I had myself some delicious sea urchin, tastes just as good as ever. And some scallop along with it. Gonna go fetch dinner now? Oh, this is my own doing. I've chased you away with hunger. Enjoy dinner, Hordian. Still can't do anything with this, because I can't connect things, or there's nothing else to connect. Can I zoom out? There's no zoom out. Alright, let's go to the location. Kyoko Kamashiro's apartment. After I give myself a BRB. Hordian's getting dinner, my water's empty. Plus, I was feeling fairly lethargic an hour ago, so let me try to get myself a bit more energized on top of everything else. Alright, sorry to the diet, but I figure losing lots of blood means losing lots of blood sugar, so maybe that's why I'm feeling so droopy. Also, the cats have been alerted to me, so Toasty's right here, Onyx is in the window, but they're probably both going to be swarming all over the desk, right, Toasty? So let me get back into the game. To Kyoko's apartment. An actual investigative part. Haven't had that for a while, not counting the weird flashback that Kyoko's having. Onyx, don't snip at your brother. You are a precious baby too. He's a precious baby. Oh, puzzle! Connect the wires and power should connect. That can't be right. So maybe it goes more like... Hey, hey, behave you two. Like that then. Okay. Pretty easy far as puzzles go. Also, Toasty, what is this pose you're doing? You cats are so silly. Okay, that little edge piece there with the shadow makes it an easy placement. Cattail! Oh, you saw that? You see that, Toasty? You're an internet celebrity now. Your tail was seen as far away as Brazil. Wires are set. Now switch and brighten things up. That doesn't mean push the monitor around, Toasty. Onyx is staying right off camera. You don't want to be an internet celebrity, Onyx? Gonna leave that to Toasty? Way too dark in here, turn on the lights. Okay. There's a light switch. I could turn it on and off. Why would I want to turn it off? You think maybe there's a puzzle? Photo in the frame is not quite right. Find the other fragments first. Like this one? Graffiti fragment. That's how you can tell that this is machine translated. As if you couldn't tell by the entire rest of the game. Like, I follow Needle Sandman, I follow Akimoto Wagman on Twitter. And I check out the other stuff that their friends post. And it seems like whenever they talk about their sketches or drawings, Google Translate likes to call it graffiti. Oh, Toasty's watching my cursor. Hold on. Stay right there, Toasty. Aw, he's actually getting stressed out because he wants to catch the cursor. I'm not sure how he can see that, but he's trying. Save it. Send it. I think it's his little hunter instinct in him. He sees a small cursor on the screen move around, and he wants to catch it like it's a bug. And he must be so upset that it doesn't react to him, and that he can't actually grab it. But look at him being so peaceful now. And Onyx, hello Onyx. And Toasty. And Onyx. And Toasty. You done blocking the screen, Toasty? Nah, he's not done blocking the screen. I have to move the game to this side then. Don't have anything for here yet. September 19. So that's gonna be what? 0919 then? Clock is also a puzzle. Minute hand is missing, track that down first. Alarm clock's missing its hands. Some sticky stuff. Sprinkle some fluorescent powder for clues. I don't have fluorescent powder on me. I left my fluorescent powder at home. Oh. Solved it. Box is open, got a key, progress, key to the bathroom. Don't look! I could hide in this. I could hide in the cabinet, means I'll have reason to hide in the cabinet. 0916. 1609. Graffiti fragment, that's all 4, and a red candle. Screwdriver to take out the back of the frame, or I could just break it. At 4 o'clock in the morning, I first met a woman named Kyoko Kamishiro on a tram. Kyoko has a beautiful face and a beautiful figure, just like me when I was young. Because I'm not good at communicating with people, I did not choose to initiate a conversation with Kyoko. Kyoko, who was gentle and kind, saw me sitting alone in the last row of the tram and greeted me with a smile. As a result, I naturally sat beside her. So 1, we have Granny's point of view, and she seems literate. Literate and articulate. Okay, let's fix this first. Middle, upper, higher upper, and middler. Words on the back of this graffiti might hold a clue to the password. Computer's password note. Computer's password note. 199.00.919. What's happening? Is someone there? Who could it be? Oh, I gotta hide. I bet it's hiding time. Yeah. Shadowy, ghosty girl. She was at least polite enough to knock. Find a place quite quickly or the thing's gonna fly. Ah, it's running with the knife. Long press S to hold your breath. Holding your breath can reduce the alertness of enemy units. During apnea, the amount of oxygen will decrease. When oxygen level drops to 0, the character will die. Oh, hello. She's got a very fast alertness meter. That thing just shoots right up. If she tries this one more time, we're boned. Stay in the closet. I'm setting that to Fennec. Just thinky face will stay in the closet. Now let's go out and see. After the monster leaves, Chizano gently comes out of the cabinet and chooses to quietly follow out. Through the cat's eyes, I guess that's what they call the peephole, Chizano saw the side face of the guy clearly. It is not the imaginary monster, but a crazy woman who looked mentally disturbed. That's one way to describe this. The woman's hair is disheveled, her manner frantic, and she holds a sharp paring knife in her hand. It seems that guy has gone far enough. Let's go back to Kyoko's house. See if there's any other clues. Hey, she left a screwdriver. Fortuitous for us. It was 199.00.919, right? We're in. Diary scrapped content, the ritual. Step 1. Prepare yourself by taking a bath and changing into fresh clothes to ensure your body and mind are clean. Step 2. Stand in front of a flawless mirror at the stroke of midnight. Step 3. Use blood to draw a summoning portal in one continuous stroke, ensuring no interruptions of the ritual circle. Step 4. Once the summoning portal are formed, light a red candle in front of the mirror and maintain a steady flame. Step 5. Using fresh blood, sketch a door in the candle-lit area. Step 6. Attach a photo of the person you have in mind onto the drawn door. Step 7. Loudly chant their name in front of the blood-red door. Once the ritual is completed successfully, the mirrored door will open. As blood-red cherry blossoms fall, the soul of the missing person will return to meet the performer. So we have a red candle, and this is on her computer. I'm thinking the story she told us was only partially true. The fabrication being that it is in truth her performing this stuff and not the old lady. She probably captured the old lady to use as a blood source. The content of the ceremony should be the reason why Granny Okawa began to become strange in the mouth of Kyoko Kamishiro. And who told her about this strange ceremony? The stranger? Or unknown? It's on her computer. She knew about it. Yes, according to Kyoko's words, Granny Okawa became weird after meeting with the strange woman, and then she was not willing to let Kyoko help her read the diary. Thus, the content of this ritual can only be told by the strange woman. I don't know about that. Screwdriver, 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 screwdriver. A little sister, maybe. She wanted to bring her back to life and perform the ritual. And she did, and she came back as a murderous madwoman. Sakiko Suzuki? How do we know that name, though? Combined with the content of the mobile phone. We haven't gotten into the mobile phone. It is almost certain that the woman in the photo is a good friend of Kyoko Kamishiro, Sakiko Suzuki. However, the puzzle remains. Why did Sakiko reach out to Granny Okawa? And why did she eventually go crazy? Kyoko Kamishiro's identity? It seems to be because, from Sakiko's point of view, one day, for no apparent reason, her best friend Kyoko Kamishiro suddenly doesn't seem like herself, as if she has become a completely different person. In order to find out the reason for the change in Kyoko, Sakiko chooses to secretly investigate her friend. In the process, she met Granny Okawa. In the contact with Granny Okawa, she also learned the truth that Kyoko was replaced by an unknown monster, leading to her final insanity. Can I trust what Kyoko says? Yeah, I think so is blocked off now. No, she's very not trustworthy. Yes, according to Kyoko's words, it is after meeting with the strange woman that Granny Okawa became strange, and that she's not willing to let... The story is completely untrustworthy, reason she came to me is not yet known. So who told Granny Okawa about the strange ritual? Kyoko did. He's got some unknowns, but he's piecing it together himself bit by bit. It's possible. Since the real reason for Sakiko to approach Granny Okawa is to investigate the fake Kyoko, she has no reason to deceive an old woman, tricking an old woman into carrying out such strange spiritual raising ritual. Then the idea that it must be the strange woman who abducted Granny Okawa is simply nonsense, and it's only possible for her to tell Granny Okawa that the spiritualization ceremony is Kyoko Kamishiro that she trusts. Now that I've wrapped up my thoughts, what's the next step? Check the mirror. Confront Kyoko. Which one's going to lead to a game over? I say check the mirror. You want to try that spiritualist ritual? I carry Mao's picture with me all the time. Also, we still haven't found the password for the phone. Minute hand is missing. September 19th is circled. Oh, 0919 gets to the phone. Sakiko Suzuki. Who the heck are you? Sakiko, what are you talking about? Ain't I Kyoko, your best friend? Quit the crap, you're not Kyoko at all. Kyoko's deathly allergic to peanuts and would never touch anything peanut flavored. However, yesterday you drank the peanut milk I offered without a trace of concern. Tell me, where's the real Kyoko? Where are you hiding her? I've already called the cops, I'll get to the bottom of this. Sakiko, chill out. I really am allergic to peanuts. I spit out that peanut drink right away after one taste. No way. Don't even try to fool me anymore. I don't know how you fooled everyone else into thinking you're Kyoko Kamishiro, but I'm deadly sure you're not her. What the heck happened? Why do you look exactly like her? Answer me, why are you not talking? Open the door, I'm right outside. What are you doing? Don't come over. I'm warning you, the police are already on their way. I hope you... Gotcha! Okay. Then there is nothing else holding us back from going to the bathroom. The game doesn't account that you might not have seen the text, though. Since everything is all on one plane going left to right, the gameplay portion is pretty simple. So far, it hasn't been too difficult to find things. Kyoko and I had a great chat. She smiled at me. She smiled and said to me, "We are friends from now on. I'm used to being alone, used to the alienation and dislike from everyone. I actually crave others' care, so I really like Kyoko." Time passes quickly. The tram arrived at the station. Kyoko was about to get off. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, I saw her wallet fall on the seat of the tram. At that moment, I really wanted to be friends with Kyoko, so I picked up her wallet and chased after her. I followed her all the way to her house, standing in front of her door for a long time, hesitant to knock. Kyoko seemed to have a feeling, and opened the door for me. She didn't even knock yet. There's a minute hand. Fluorescent powder. It's just she just got fluorescent powder in the bathroom. Okay, what are we using fluorescent powder on? The small clock? The room's too bright to spot clues. What did I say? There's gotta be a reason you could have turned the lights off. And it turns out it's covered in blood. I can try aligning the clock hands to 9:25 to match the wall clock. That doesn't look like 9:25 to me. That looks like 10:40. Yeah, it's not even 10:41 yet. Can try aligning the clock hands to 9:25 to match the wall clock. I think they mean that you should align the wall clock to match this one. A lighter. That's all that's in there? What about this thing down there? That's a thing, isn't it? I can't hide in the closet anymore, so I guess that means no chase. Okay. Review the content of the ritual before we begin. Take a bath and change into fresh clothes. Body and mind are clean. Flawless mirror at the stroke of midnight. Blood to draw a summoning portal in one continuous stroke, no interruptions. Light a red candle in front of the mirror, maintain a steady flame. Fresh blood, sketch a door in the candlelit area. Attach a photo of the person. Loudly chant their name. And the door will open. Bathe and change clothes. The photo is later, the candle is later. Look at oneself in the mirror. Doesn't think the face in the mirror looks like him. Draw the summoning portal with blood. I forget the order. Light a red candle. And then attach the photo. No, it's clearly out of order then, because it should be photo now. Shizuno felt extremely unfamiliar, and the next second, an indescribable suffocation spread throughout his body. LED lights in the bathroom begin to flash wildly. Blood-stained cherry blossoms float in from unknown corners. What is happening? The next second, Shizuno's eyes suddenly darken and completely faints. He's never gonna wake up. Game over? Ending achieved, bloody reflection. Okay, review it. So, take a bath, change clothes. Stand in front of the mirror. Summoning portal. Red candle. Step 5 is sketch a door. So portal, then door. Portal, candle, door. Then photo. Then chant their name. Bathe and change. Oneself in the mirror. Summoning portal with blood. Then the candle. Then draw a door. I don't see the door drawn. Next step in the ritual, attach photo. With the completion of the ceremony, for some reason, the face of Shizuno in the mirror gradually begins to become distorted and become less and less like himself. Mao Igarashi. Mao Igarashi. Mao Igarashi. In a trance, Mao's face begins to flash in Shizuno's mind, and it seems that for a moment he really sees Mao's familiar face. But the next second, the mirror is broken. Shizuno loses consciousness, and before the last minute, he watches the mad woman who had just left turning back to the room again. The mad woman looks at him with hatred in her eyes. She then takes a camera from behind the broken glass. Waking up, Shizuno finds himself taken to an unknown abandoned factory by the mysterious woman, his hands and feet bound with ropes. So why was she trying to kill me so bad then? If she's fairly mundane. Did you think we were working with the fake Kyoko? The mysterious woman stands in front of him, holding the sharp paring knife in her hand and looking at him coldly. At this time, the mysterious woman is squatting in front of Shizuno, curiously fiddling with the camera found in Kyoko's home. After seeing the contents of the camera, the mysterious woman slowly turns her eyes to Shizuno, and her eyes are like viper eyeing him. Okay, she is in no ways mundane. Who the heck are you? Who the heck are you? Tell the truth or lie to her. Tell the truth and get another death achievement. My name is Shizuno Yokoyama. I can barely call myself a detective. A day ago, 3 or 4 days because we kept sleeping, a woman named Kyoko Kamishiro found me and entrusted me with investigating the disappearance of her friend, Granny Okawa. She asked you? That's impossible. A mocking smile appears on the mystery woman's face. No one knows better than she why the old woman disappeared. Since you're working for her, you must know who I am, right? Sakiko? Or the real Kyoko Kamishiro? I don't have access to my documents. Signs point to Sakiko, but what if it is Kyoko? The actual Kyoko. The option's there, I'm gonna go with it. If I'm right, you're the real Kyoko Kamishiro? Wrong! Death! Finally fails to get the trust of the mysterious woman, Sakiko then. With the sharp knife tip falls. His head also falls. Blood spilled on the ground. You're dead! Ending achieved fatal blade. We're getting more achievements. Achievements for this game seems to be trying more and more to get deaths in. Okay, back over to here. If I lie to her, it'll probably go to the same game over of not gaining her trust. Sakiko. Are you Kyoko Kamashiro's friend, Sakiko Suzuki? That was my initial guess, but because the option was there's a what if. She's all bloody-eyed, right? What if something happened to the real Kyoko? And then she's tailing her doppelganger. But nah, her best friend's just way messed up. Maybe her best friend got killed for getting too close. She said she was coming in. And so maybe she came in, and then got killed. And this is her avenging herself. Very clever. Then you must already know something about me. Is it that you're dead? So how much do you know about Kyoko, the one who hired you to investigate the old lady's disappearance? Kyoko Kamishiro is replaced, according to Sakiko. Kyoko Kamishiro's gone mad. Kyoko Kamishiro killed old Granny Okawa. That's what I think. She locked her in there, and then she goes missing. Granny Okawa's missing because Kyoko Kamishiro killed her, isn't it? Absurd assumption. I can't confirm the old lady's current status, but Kyoko Kamishiro certainly didn't harm her personally. Personally doesn't matter. Fails to get her trust, so same ending happens. We can't assume any information based on what we know then. We have to say things exactly as they were presented to us. Sakiko and Sakiko, and Kyoko's been replaced because that was her assumption, and that's her assumption that was written in her text. So whether she's gone mad or killed the granny, the truth she wants is a truth she thinks of. I've reviewed your conversation with Kyoko. She's been replaced by someone else, is that correct? Upon hearing Shizuno's words, Sakiko finally confirmed the credibility of the man's words in front of her. The initial vigilance and ferocity on his face vanished instantly, as if a drowning person had grasped the last straw and let down layers of heart walls. I'm not sure how coherent that metaphor is. Her lip quivers and closes. Fear and breakdown take over her face. Yes, detective. Please help me. She's looking very pretty now. It turns out that she's not herself when she's angry. No one believed me. After that day, the monster did not kill me, and I was lucky to survive. When I went crazy and told my friends that Kyoko's been replaced by some unknown monster, no one believed me. They called me crazy, but the monster continues to use Kyoko's identity without remorse. No one suspects a thing. Only I know that she's not Kyoko. She's a monster. That's when I lost my sleep. I was afraid all the time. Afraid. Afraid that the monster would suddenly appear beside me like before and kill me. Something weird started happening in my house. There's no one in the bathroom with the sound of flushing in the middle of the night. Lying in bed, but always feel that someone has been staring at me. What comes out of the tap is not water, but red blood. Eventually, my friends began to distance themselves from me, thinking I was mentally ill and ready to hurt people. I don't know what to do anymore. Teach us that trick where she goes from all disheveled and bloody-eyed to perfectly fine and perfect makeup. Large tears roll down Sakiko's cheeks, a face of utter despair. Also, if she's not some kind of vengeful ghost. She was willing to stab us to death in the apartment, and did so twice already here after abducting us and dragging us to some abandoned factory. A face of utter despair, she looked like a helpless child, breaking into loud sobs. Looking at Sakiko crying, Shizuno feels a bit awkward. He's not good at comforting others. Helpless, he can only stand on the side with some embarrassment, quietly waiting for Sakiko to pull out of the sad mood. Get better already, Sakiko! After a while, Sakiko finally stops crying and looks up at Shizuno blankly, her eyes becoming firm from the beginning of confusion. Detective, no matter what it takes, I need you to help me find the real Kyoko. And as for that monster posing as her, I'll send it to hell with my own hands. Before Shizuno has any reaction, she have picked up the fruit knife on the ground again, and runs towards the outside of the warehouse. Think before you act, Sakiko! Shizuno opens his mouth, wanting to call Sakiko, but in the blink of an eye, the figure of Sakiko has disappeared in the distance. The empty warehouse only stands Shizuno alone. Maybe I should figure out how to get out of here first. How about the same way she did? The door seems to work. Meticulous logic achievement, successfully held the ceremony, answered all questions. Floor 4F, and there's no smoking here. Locked, find a tool to pick it. Investigation conclusion. There's indeed evidence of forced entry at the employer's home. And in the past month, a mysterious woman wielding a knife has been spotted lurking near the employer's house multiple times. Each time, she appears between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m. It has been confirmed that this woman is the employer's friend, Sakiko Suzuki. The reason for Sakiko Suzuki secretly entering the employer's room is unknown. For the safety of the employer's life, it is recommended to report this case for further handling. Investigator, anonymous detective. Employer, Kyoko Kaneshiro. Maybe she can do me a favor. That's on the paper. That's part of the lettering. It's even down there in the picture. That little sketch of his. Locked. Find a tool to pick it. My pet cat Lucky died today. I was very sad that day. Although she was just a stray cat, I really treated her as my family. But now is she going to leave me too? After Lucky left, Kyoko saw my sadness and buried her with me. Locked. Find a tool. Locked. Locked. A strange piece of paper on the ground. Line indicates direction. So I have to do a current puzzle or something. Lockpick? Just leave their lockpicks lying around. Okay, that's the puzzle. I want to get them in order of slowest to fastest, so they're all above the line. Seems like I get the hang of it. Play the lockpicking game within 30 seconds achievement. Back at the same place. Need to go through the right door. So these doors are haunted. Cats, what you doing? What's upsetting you, Onyx? You want to go across the desk, but Toasty's in the way? Okay, there you go. And now you want pets, Onyx? Oh, of course. The door, the paper that had Pavs on it, right? That was right. Doors again. We made it to the 3rd floor. There was this diary Akira left me. For some reason, my body aged fast, so my memory faded. I couldn't read it. I wanted Kyoko to help me. She was pretty interested in the diary and quickly agreed, even though it was a bit of an odd request. Is this still Sakiko? Could it be that Sakiko is really the old lady? Diary? I can't interact. Yeah, Onyx, what's up? Meow meow. You had breakfast and lunch, it's too early for dinner. You just want my attention, you regal beauty? I don't think we'll go outside today, because I gotta do some cleaning before I make your dad some curry, right? Pretty little cat. Mwah. Kyoko was very strange today. She found a note from her diary. She told me that the note contains an incredible magical soul summoning ceremony. She asked me if I want to see Akira again. I didn't speak. In fact, every minute and every second after Akira's departure, how I want to see him again. Now this opportunity is in front of me. Should I give it a try? Nothing else down here? Maybe this means door 3, door 1, door 2, door 2, door 4. 3, 1, 2, 4. Let's try 1 then. There's a bit of lag when clicking on it, so I can't just go to the ones I want quickly. How many more rooms are there? She was still the same, all warmth. I was a bit uneasy, but she welcomed me in and took the lead. I returned her wallet, and she was genuinely surprised. She kept holding my hand, expressing her thanks repeatedly. In the end, after Kyoko insisted, I ended up staying at her place. I went to find her. Thank you, Kyoko. So it should be 2 next and then 4. Floor 1. What's this? Nothing in the garbage. More notes. I met a woman today who claims to be Kyoko's friend. She warned me not to trust Kyoko, saying she's just a monster in Kyoko's skin and promised to find evidence. I'm torn. Who should I believe? So that is when the old lady begins to get suspicious of her. Not locked. Master of solving cases. Complete all puzzles in 10 minutes. I was on a time limit. And there goes Kyoko murdered again. If Sakiko wasn't dead before, she definitely is now. Walks out of the abandoned factory, but suddenly his phone rings. He picks up the phone and answers it with a familiar voice on the other end. Hello, hello, it's been a while, dear detective. What do you think of the little surprise I offered? Who the heck are you? What is your game? Is Sakiko with you? Oh, you mean that little doll? Relax, you'll be seeing her soon. As for who I am, well, deep down you already know. Why don't you talk, clever detective? I remember from the first time we met, you said I was like one of your old friends. There's no way she's Mal, though. Mal wouldn't have turned so wicked. See, the nose and the mouth don't even line up. What if this is the landlady from the previous case? She makes a cat person, runs off, then does this. Who are you? What's your deal with Mao? Say it. Listening to Shizuno questioning words. Over the phone, Kyoko Kamashiro smiled caustically. The meaning of teasing in the smile is obvious. He can't see the teasing smile, though. Alright, detective. I'm very pleased with your performance this time, and we'll see each other again, so I won't talk to you much. Wait. What else? My patience is limited, detective. Where's the missing Granny Okawa? You tricked her into that weird ritual, didn't you? Well, the ceremony seems to have worked. And whether she's alive or dead, you'll never see her again. Aren't you ashamed of toying with an old woman's feelings like this? At that time, Kyoko is sitting alone on the rooftop of the Sokyo building, and everything around her seems so peaceful. The breeze loosens her long chestnut hair and gently brushes the melancholy from her eyebrows. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going downstairs from a commanding position at this moment, the crowd was reduced to tens of thousands of ants, small and fragile. Kyoko Kamishiro holds an apple in her hand and is expressionless. Do I regret it? She gently rubs the apple in her arms and takes a bite, and the sour taste of the fruit instantly permeates the whole mouth, making her frown involuntarily. Kyoko mercilessly hangs up the phone. Shizune tightly grips the mobile phone. The woman's words are still reverberating in the ear. He feels as if he is suppressing an unnamed fire in his chest, intending to burn everything down. Damn it. Damn this to hell. It's okay, Onyx, it's just a game. His fist slams against the wall and blood runs down his palm. He punched the wall so hard, he didn't just bloody his knuckles, he bloodied his palm. Kyoko Kamishiro, I will catch you no matter what it takes. At that time, the news on the mobile phone Night Mound Forum begin to flash wildly. The mobile phone Night Mound Forum. The strange woman who jumped. A mysterious woman leapt from the summit of the Sokyo building, her body shattering upon impact. Reason for her sudden fall remains a mystery, deliberate act of suicide or anything else. Witnesses claim that just before the fall, she was muttering, "My friend has been replaced by some unknown monster." Following the incident, sometimes people can hear a mournful crying near the Sokyo building. Is it her crying? Have you heard? They're putting cemeteries inside buildings now in Hida Tanuki. Oh man, that's seriously messed up. Quit dwelling on that. I heard that someone jumped off the nearby Sokyo building, is that true? What? Seriously, you sure? Yeah, it is said that it was an insane woman falling from over 10 floors. Her brain and all the yellow and white stuff was everywhere. Oh my god, that's beyond horrible. What could have driven someone to that? Why jump off a building? Lala's still posting. My friend mentioned this woman had been acting weird for weeks. Her friends don't find it too surprising that she chose to jump. The world's getting nastier. Getting scarier. What's the point of living in a world without hope? Haha, everyone go to die. Let's die together. Everyone has to die. Which mental hospital did the person above escape from? Please don't spread negativity on the internet. How I wish that was a dominant philosophy of please don't spread hate on the internet or spread negativity. Exactly. For some reason, it feels like there are more and more weird things happening in Sokyo lately. I always sense there's some kind of conspiracy behind all this. Hope these things don't happen around me. And the next chapter, we have to help Salmon out. Salmon, who can't get in contact with his beloved Denko. Shizuno looks at the discussion of the forum in silence without saying a word. Eventually, his eyes are fixed to a picture someone had posted of the woman who jumped to her death. It's Sakiko. It was still that tired and shattered face, only her bloodshot eyes were completely closed. The whole person was shattered as if her soul had already flown out of her body, leaving only an empty corpse. Is that why her eye was so bloody? They told the AI, give me a woman with bloodshot eyes. And it gave them a woman with blood shooting out of their eyes. Her body shattered. Blood flows all over the ground, staining the surrounding ground red. She can no longer speak. Observing the fragmented state of Sakiko, Shizuno was utterly convinced that it must have been that woman. She just called to humiliate me. A sense of powerlessness permeates Shizuno, and he left in a lost. He wanders aimlessly around the streets and alleys, his footsteps heavy yet erratic. He stops at the door of Arishiya, which he can't be more familiar with. He gently opens the door of Arishiya. A familiar and strange wooden door creaks into his ears. Opening the door, he wrapped his body into a quilt into a round ball, and shrank into the soft sofa. I should be doing that. In this deep silence, he slowly closed his eyes. Shizuno is a little tired. The next day. Ring. The ringtone of the phone wakes up Shizuno, and he answered the call. Hello, Shizuno Yokoyama speaking. How can I help you? There's an anonymous letter addressed to you. Please come and pick it up. A letter? Any more info on that? I haven't sent any out, and I'm not expecting one. Are you sure it's for me or maybe? Click. The patience on the other end of the phone seems to be exhausted, and he hangs up the phone decisively without even listening. She hangs up. In the afternoon, Shizuno went to the nearby post office to retrieve the letter. It's a mysterious letter with neither the name nor the address of the sender. Only his name is written in a solitary column of the recipient. It's easy to imagine that the post office must have a hard time finding him. It's not like it's 2010, and they have internet and databases. Opening the letter, Shizuno suddenly freezes. Because the contents of the letter almost overturn all of Shizuno Yokoyama's previous inferences. Once again pushes the whole story in a completely different direction. Shizuno, help me. A strange granny is hunting me. Mao Igarashi. A letter from our missing friend who went missing at the Urban Legend train station. The next day, Hida Tanuki, an unknown block near Sokyo building. Kyoko Kamishiro holds the camera recovered from the dead Sakiko Suzuki in her hand, and her expression is a little bad. The camera starts from the beginning, and the content in front of us, it is the same as what Shizuno had seen before. Just at the end of the ceremony, after a long period of empty mirrors, a familiar voice suddenly comes from the pitch-black scene. Miss Kyoko, do you remember when I once said to you, you and I are very similar when we were young? From the first moment I saw you on that tram, I knew we were the same. So when you left your wallet on purpose, it was perfectly logical for me to pick it up and run after it. You lured me into your home step by step without a shadow of a doubt, and I finally gained your trust, thinking that I was just an ignorant old woman. Kind and lovely Miss Kyoko, I really should thank you. By the time you read this, I would be back in the other world. But don't worry. I will kill that woman for you, Mao Igarashi. She must die. Only in this way can we get the real soul. I had a good time with Miss Kyoko during this period, and thank you for burying my Lucky. So, I think my takeaway is that they were both dead ghosts, haunting the realm of the living. Maybe. What do they want with Mao, though? A real soul. A real soul to claim as their own? To remain back in here? In this world, it's old, just like me. Someday it'll have to leave, and I know that day will come. The bento is delicious too. In fact, Kyoko is actually a very gentle child. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for deceiving you. I don't have any time. Granny Okuwa, how is this possible? Who are you indeed? Completed New Bride Chapter Achievement. There are people like Kyoko Kamashiro in the world who are so good at disguising. I was deceived by her sweet talk too many times this time. The missing Okawa, the strange ritual, the Sakiko who was driven mad and then killed, the purpose of these people looking for Mao. I feel like a prey walking into a carefully woven spiderweb. Forget it, don't think too much, sort out my thoughts first. Okay, so if I click... I thought he was simply lacking things to connect. I gotta press on it for him. Strange landlord, the kept lost its sanity, inexplicable line. Sort out my thoughts. What is the reason for Mao Igarashi to go to Kisaragi Station? Was she deceived by the forum? Deceived by some strange internet users on a forum, hearing rumors about a Kisaragi Station, being able to grant wishes, boarded a tram bound for a place called Kisaragi to fill her own desires? Or was it because of an argument with Shizuno? Fit of anger, wanted to escape? I think it's the last one. Recalling the previous arguments, Mao should be troubled by an unspeakable and strained root cause. Upon learning about a treatment method at Kisaragi Station, decides to go there on her own. That's right. Continue deducing based on this clue. Are the people on the forum trustworthy? Everyone seems kind-hearted internet users. From their words, it could be seen that they would also discourage Mao from going to Kisaragi Station, and provided her with some solutions to solve the problem. Or unreliable. The words and implications of the group members suggest guidance and hints, clearly attempting to lead Mao to take the next action according to their instructions. Highly suspicious. Some of them were trolling and egging her on, but at least one user was being like, hey, don't mess with her, it's dangerous, don't go. No, doesn't make sense, think about it, so they were unreliable. All the other trolls don't make up for the one... Or the one helpful user doesn't make up for all the trolling. Does a mobile phone bought at the forum shopping area belong to Mao after all then? Pendant of Mount Fuji was handmade by the two individuals during a crafting experience, making it unique. Based on current clues available, it is indeed Mao's phone without a doubt. I'll believe that. It did have the charm, and it also had her chats. Could be a pendant intentionally replicated by someone who knows Mao. Other person may have a significant connection to Kisaragi Station. I think it's hers. Is a portrait of Mao in Kanako's room Mao herself? Impossible for two people to look so alike in the world? Must be Mao? No. After closely observing Kanako's apartment, some differences in details with the portrait of Mao and the real person. Someone created it on the impression of Mao. So what if Kyoko wants to become Mao or is modeling herself after her? A homunculus or a spirit? Who attacked Kanako? Landlord Mafuyu? No. The cat. Adult male who lost his sanity. Cat's real identity. A pet cat? What am I thinking? A human cat? Or am I crazy? It's roll crazy. Landlord's boyfriend is a Y University student. Yes, Onyx. What is the reason for the landlord to kidnap and raise cats? To look for lions. Out of her own bad taste, she's a sadist and used to abuse various creatures. Wants to blame the killing her boyfriend Kento onto him. The lion. Concluded that Mafuyu has a strong desire to go to another world and needs to cultivate a cat to help herself. Who was hiding in the crowd? It must have been the landlady. Because Mao's in the other world still. Reason for the landlord to return to the apartment? Consider about Kaneko's life and death? Check if the cat had been taken away. The cat is what she wants. Are Mafuyu and Mao the same person? We just said no. More like Mao's bionic or degraded product. I discovered that I could communicate with Mao through my phone in the park. Did it get any response regardless of what I sent afterwards or saved information that Mao was still alive? There should be certain limitations to communications through mobile phones. Related to space and time. Need more clues. The reasoning is complete. The thinking is already very clear. Continue to approach the truth. Excuse me, so feline's complete. Spider's kiss. Apparent purpose of Kyoko Kamashiro's visit. Requested to drive away the old woman who's relying on her own home. Looking for the missing old woman. Suspecting the old woman of animal abuse at home. Is to look for the old woman. The old woman's purpose of approaching Kyoko Kamashiro is... find a house where she could stay. Am I following along the thread, narratively as it went with all the misdirection? Or do I go for the truth? To return the wallet left behind. No. An inexplicable familiar feeling. That's right. But also the wallet was a castle spelly to return. Real reason for Shana Okawa's disappearance. Entered another dimension after weird ritual. Suspected of performing Kyoko's mentioned ritual with the information of the line. Deceived by Sakiko, didn't know where to go. Simply left Kyoko's residence, continues to wander. She has been isekai'd. That's right. That's the only logical answer. Who told Shana Okawa about the mysterious ritual? Kyoko. How did Shana Okawa know about the ritual method? Learned it from the oral narration of Kyoko Kamashiro? If that was the case, she wouldn't have to teach her. Wait. How did Shana Okawa know? Not how did Kyoko know? Kyoko's narration? Indirectly learned the method of the ritual? Learned from Kyoko's computer. Nah, she told her. No? Shana found it from the computer? Wrote the computer password on Akira's sketch. We didn't see that. But alright. What are the items? Key items. All of it, isn't it? What are the key items? They're all key items. The photo is all the key items. Why did Kyoko Kamashiro leave me alone to go to her apartment? Evidence in the house. Through Sakiko Suzuki's hand to get rid of me. She hired me though, so why send me over to get killed? Really can't get away from something. This possibility only exists in theory, just listed temporarily. That's right. Let's continue deducing. What is the real identity? Kyoko Kamishiro? Sakiko Suzuki's friend? Or the mysterious life form related to Mao? Mysterious creature disguised as Kyoko Kamishiro from the tear mole at the corner of the eye? That this person has a lot of connections with Mao. Their purpose for finding Mao to replace her. Solve the truth of all the mysteries. Want to find Mao? Solve the two worlds, line and other mysteries of the answer. Kill Mao to replace her. Go to the other world to get rid of Mao and replace her completely? I think yes. Mutually beneficial relationship between Shana Okawa and Kyoko Kamishiro, rather than completely unitary on the front line. Kyoko Kamishiro could have gone to the ritual without revealing its contents, but intentionally leaked the information to Shana Okawa. Consider my own failed attempt at the ritual. Could it be both she and I lack some necessary conditions? Maybe you have to already be dead. With Mifuyu, Kyoko, and Okawa now involved in the entity related to Mao's incident. I also like how we just jumped to the idea of an entity. What is their relationship with each other? How do they relate to Mao? There is not a single condition for accessing that world. Mysterious rituals, station, crossing lines, all seem possible routes. But what are the necessary conditions? I recently tried sending messages around the park at the same time, but didn't receive any responses from Mao. So, he doesn't know, but we know that she was also in a park at that time. So maybe they have to be on the same place. The same axis in both dimensions. The reasoning is complete. The thinking is already very clear. So we're getting closer. This seems optional then. Because we could proceed with the game, and we did, without solving the first one. And only for curiosity's sake that I solved both now. Chapter 5, Mysterious Tower. Surging tonic at her beat. She's in his eardrums, wave by wave. 5 senses gradually move from chaos to clarity as he opens his eyes. I can't save here, can I? The beach again. The dream again, he thinks. There is no girl who collapses in the sea. This time she stands naked in the sea. Only a faint back can be seen. The wound on her neck is looming. That's her shoulder. The figure is lonely and strange. Also, really loving that shoulder definition. With the tide rising and sweeping over Shizuno's feet, a cold sensation that startles Shizuno. Is this really a dream? He has no time to think about these things and struggles to walk towards the sea, reaching out his hand to touch the girl's back. The girl hears the sound, and her cheeks slowly turn back. And he wakes. But he'll have to go to sleep for another night now. Because I am about done for the night. It's only been 4 hours, but late start to the day. I could be excused. This gives me a couple of hours to rest up and be all lethargic like before I gotta make FedEx dinner. Get some blood back into me, you know? So let me see, who is online to raid? I think Makaw's taken a day off. He's just come back from Japan, but has some airport crud in him. MP83 is playing some retro. Schubert playing Garage, Bad Dream Adventure. There is nobody else playing Other Side of Mistin Mountain. Big John's still not back. Let's go raid MP. The MP83's raid settings did not allow you to raid at this time. Ugh! I'm under the 3 raider minimum. Fine. Let's go raid Schubert then. He's also cool. So thanks for hanging out. Tomorrow, Fennica's day off. So naturally devoting all my time to my ex. So we'll come back to this on Friday, except Friday we also have a visit from the landlord and fire department, I think. Like they want to check the smoke detectors and things, make sure everything works. Which may mean skipping Friday, but could just mean stream and keep an ear open to knock it on the door and be ready to deal with that. Because I don't see that taking too long at all. Just property management person and fire department person going room to room, checking the alarms. It works good, it works good, it works good. So we'll see. Gonna aim for Friday. So for now, thank you guys for hanging. Stick around for the raid to say hi to Schubert. And I'll see you guys next time. Take care.